investigation that was undertaken either by us or any other investigative body that I am aware of, then my answer was no to that. But then I thought that I will have to clarify that this character of Zulu from DPCI Tom section also seen he showed up on one of the members of the cartels that we later arrested this year in the name of Vus Matlala that I didn't deal with yesterday. So when we arrested this character, Vusimuzi, Cat Matlala, on the 14th of May, his phone was confiscated from him, and then when the downloads were done of the phone, the communication between him and this Zoom were found on his phone, which then proved what General Shibiri had said when we met him the first time. And yet again, on the 6th of July, during the press briefing of General Kwanazi, we were notified by the prison personnel in where Vus Matlala is held that he was found with a phone in his prison cell. Then when we went and confiscated that phone, yet again on his contact, we found this character, Vus, my pardon, Zungu. So I just felt that I needed to clarify those two occasions with the commissioners.
Thank you, Witness A.
Thank you, Chair. And then there's a second aspect that the witness wants to clarify. It relates to Chair's engagement with the witness again regarding the reasons that the three other investigating members of the team had left the investigation. Chair will recall that the Chair had asked about threats and whether that was the reason, in line with what General Mkwanazi said. The witness just wants to clarify his answer on that aspect. You may go ahead, Witness A.
Thank you, Chair. My answer to that was, or rather the question was, why did they withdraw from the team? Then I said I did not know the reason. Then it was suggested to me whether it was because of the threats. Then I really ended saying maybe it was because of the threat, but it was not given to us formally as threats. But I thought when I was thinking back on it to say maybe it is one of the issues that cannot be publicly said to this commission. The reason as to why they left from the side, from my side, cannot really be given in this public platform.
Are you, without giving the reasons, able to say why not?
Yes, Chair. It is. I think it will amount to saying it's one of those rather sensitive issues that cannot be given to the public to know about. That will mean it can be given to the commissioners, but not on this platform.
Thank you.
Thank you, Witness A. Witness A, we'll now continue with where we left off with your evidence. We were about to start the topic of involvement of crime intelligence and the PKTT. and that is on page 23. And in particular, we were at paragraph 73 of your statement. Will you just go there?
Yes, I'm on that paragraph, Commissioners.
Can you tell us how the PKTT got involved, how you got involved and got to know the PKTT?
The PKTT was involved when we got now taken into under the command or under the wing of General Lekalakala, who was now going to provide us with protection and also take care of investigation. That is when now we were told that we're going to be giving support from the team that is now known as T. Then we had a meeting where we were told what to expect and what was going to happen, and and we were asked what support we needed in terms of doing our work, which is now investigation, and then the protection that had to go hand in hand with investigation.
Okay, can I just take you back then to, and let's deal with it systematically. So at paragraph 73, you talk about being placed under 24-hour protection, and at this stage the PKTT is not yet involved, am I correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
It was not yet involved. It was not yet involved, but that was the times when we will briefly, like from day to day, getting briefing as to how they're going to be involved in order to assist us to move on with our investigations.
Okay. Now, can you just tell the Commission how did being under 24-hour protection impact on your daily lives and your work as well as investigators?
When it comes to our lives, it brought a huge change. That was not expected because it was I think it was the first experience to both of us, witness B and myself. We've never imagined that we could be admitted to this program. And then this program came with its own challenges, as much as it was assisting us to be able to do our investigation in a protected way, but it means now your life as a person is impacted, and then also the families are somehow affected, even though they understand, but the kids really do not understand. Because even if you can try and explain to them to say, hey, this is how I'm working, they don't really understand why it has to happen the way it happens. And then we had to make a huge adjustment. And not only adjustment, it also came with some sacrifices, because now we need to sacrifice this in order to be able to adapt in this program. If I can just put it briefly without giving a lot about it.
Thank you. On page 24 of your statement at paragraph 74, you speak about events of the 28th of October 2024. Can you just tell us what happened?
On this day, it was the day when we were, myself and witness B, we were taken into a meeting where we met with the commanders that were going to take over. They were going to be like taking different sections of our work, because it included investigation, which is one part, which meant that you needed to have the commander from the detective side. Then it also needed, it also meant that you needed to have a commander from protection and the commander from crime intelligence. And then we were taken through that to be told as what it is that we're going to expect. I would say it was sort of like an induction program. We were told you're going to be taken to a place, and then in that place you must expect this and that, in short. But I don't think that I can really go into the details of what was happening there, because now we were living under a new, we were taken under a new section of the police, which is crime intelligence. And then normally they do not do their operations publicly. And then some of the things and their operations cannot really be articulated in the platform as public as this one.
Thank you. Witness A, then at paragraph 75, you speak about another meeting that occurred on the 4th of November 2024 with the same officials. Can you tell us what that meeting was about?
This meeting was now a follow-up meeting, where now we were meeting with the same commanders to take on from where we left the previous week. And then on that meeting, we were then told that we're not going back to our homes. We were now admitted to the program on full-time basis now, meaning the program is going to take over, which means the crime intelligence is taking over. Whatever you are doing it under the crime intelligence wing. Because from the day of the murder of Mr. Swart, it means it was the mainstream police under the detective wing that was overseeing the whole operation. But from that day on to this day, it was crime intelligence that was taking over, meaning that we were going to be doing our investigations as detectives, the way detectives work, but under the wing of the crime intelligence. Meaning it will be the crime intelligence who will be telling you, this is how we're going to move, and then this is how you're going to eat, if I may just say a few things, and this is how you're going to buy your clothes, because we are looking for the safety, which is now the personal safety of the detectives, and then the whole people that are involved. Because now it was not only the two detectives, it was also every other stakeholder who is there is now being taken care by crime intelligence, if I may say that. Meaning, even if you wanted to, for instance, attend to a wedding, which will be something that is private, you need to inform the commanders to say, on such and such day, I will have a wedding or a function at my family. Then it will be them to then say, this is how it's going to happen, if it will happen, if you are going to be allowed to attend to that. I think I'm not going to go into deep details about it.
Witness A, it's Commissioner Kumalo here. Focusing only on the dockets, we are now in November 2024. Did you remain investigating officers in the Swart murder case, and did you remain responsible for the dockets, or are you saying that the dockets were taken over by crime intelligence? I just want to clarify that.
We remain investigators to this day, but it was the crime intelligence who was looking at the safety of the docket and the safety of the personnel that was working in the operation. As I mentioned yesterday, that the focus of safety was not only targeted to or given to the people, which means the investigators, but also the docket as well. It needed to be protected. So we are still the investigating officers in the docket as we were before the crime intelligence took over. But it is just them that are providing security, or I would say protection, and the guidance that is needed in the investigation in terms of assistance.
Thank you, Witness A. Can you just tell us how did you feel that day about the fact that you would now be taken away from your home?
I would say it was overwhelming in a way that, as much as I had been told a week prior that I will be taken under the wing of the crime intelligence, but on that day there was no notice in the morning that, hey, you won't sleep home, we're going to take you. We just taken to a place, and then we were told, this is the place, go get your bags, you're coming here now. And then it means now it was a life-changing experience to say you need to adapt, you need to learn to live here in this way. And I'm not saying that it is unbearable conditions, but I'm saying if you have to change and adapt to a new way of living as an adult, and adapting a new way of doing things as an adult, and learn to depend to other people for everything that you need to do, it's not an easy thing. So it brought that change. Let's say now, I from that day, I've never been alone. I will be moving, wherever I move with a group. Whatever I do, I need to do with a group. Whatever decision that I take, I need to think of the group that this cannot be my decision. The group needs to agree to a decision. Sometimes not only agree, but approve of what I'm suggesting. So that was the adaptation that one needed to learn in order to adapt in this environment.
You describe it as follows in your statement. At that moment, the full weight of the situation came crashing on me like a ton of bricks. Life had changed. Is that how you felt?
That is how I felt at that particular moment. And even now, sometimes I do feel like that, because you will think of the things, what you used to do, maybe on special days in the year, on the holidays. Everyone knows on this holiday, this is what I do with the family. On this holiday, this is what I do with maybe my friends. On this day, this is what I used to do with the colleagues at the office. But now I'm here, meaning I will have to be doing all of those things with these people that now I'm being told to live with. Because at that time, it was just the people, because you haven't met them. But now you are told that there are people that are coming, you will have to live with them. So it was one of those things. At the same time, you just need to keep your family abreast to tell them, this is what is happening, this is how I'm living. And then maybe I should just mention to the commission to say for 3 months, if I'm correct, we didn't go home. We were here. We celebrated Christmas here. Like the festive holidays, starting from the early December to New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, we were here, not going home, and then not even disclosing to the people that are close to you where you are, because this is a new program, and then it's a sensitive program, and then it's an environment that is controlled by a new unit that you've never worked so closely with. Now, you also have to learn new ways of communicating even with your cell phone, to say, I cannot disclose to my friends where I'm enjoying my New Year's until I figure out what is actually happening here, because now there is this aspect of safety. There is also an aspect of saying, now, if I expose myself much to my friends where I am, they might get excited of what is happening and tell the wrong people. So those are the things, or those are the changes that one had to deal with and adopt in very quickly.
Thank you, Witness A. At paragraph 76 of your statement, you deal with your arrival at the safe house and being joined by the PKTT. Can you just tell us what transpired there?
Yes, Commissioners. Just a short time after we arrived here at the new place, we were then told that we were not going to be working like, I would say, the mainstream detectives like we used to work. We were going to be introduced to a new team, which is now known as PKTT, that we're going to work hand in hand with. And then we were told what to expect, and then what it is that will be expected of us. But from us, there was nothing new really that was expected. We're still going to be putting the effort or doing the daily investigation that we were doing from the onset. It was just that now it was going to be done in a different environment, different style, different people, and then maybe let me not go to working hours, because that is an operational issue.
Okay,
But
thank you.
that's in short, that's what it was.
Thank you, Witness A. Then can you tell us what was the status of the Swart murder investigation at this stage on paragraph 76?
The status of Swart murder case was at a very advanced stage, such that we were ready to arrest a fourth suspect, who is now Kadiso Mulife, and his niece, who is Lucky Mulife, that we could not be able to arrest to this day.
You mean his nephew?
A nephew. What did I say, Commissioner? They didn't hear
You
me.
said niece.
Yes, nephew. My apology.
Okay.
Yes, Commissioners.
And what was your involvement in that process? And can you start from the time from the 5th of December?
From the 5th of December, we were engaged with the team now. The PKTT team, the PKTT team was in full force, giving us assistance wherever it was needed. Then the 5th of December was the day when we were going to different courts, doing applications for warrants for these people that I've mentioned, who will be like Molefe and Katiso Molefe.
And did you obtain the warrants?
We did obtain the warrants for their arrest, and then there was going to be an operation to arrest them the following day, which was going to be the 6th of December.
Okay, that then takes us to the next topic. Maybe you can deal then with what happens on the 6th of December.
The 6th of December was the day when we had three operations that were running differently. But I will talk mainly to two, which was split amongst or between myself and witness B. I was in charge of the operation that was going to be arresting Katiso Molefe on that day. And witness B was going to be in charge of an operation that was supposed to arrest Lucky Molefe. So these operations were planned to be running at the same time but separately. But then unfortunately, the one of Lucky Molefe did not proceed. It did actually took off, but it was called off because he was not found where he was supposed to be found, where he was traced. Meaning that witness B and her team needed to join us in the operation that was going to be arresting Katiso Molefe.
Okay.
Witness, if I may. Witness A, in that paragraph 76, you speak about a J50, the warrant of arrest for Molefe, but then you don't say anything similar about Lucky Molefe. Did you have a warrant for his arrest as well?
Yes, there was a warrant for Lucky Molefe as well, commissioners. Maybe the reason I didn't say much about it is just that it was an operation that witness B was in charge of. But there definitely was a warrant of arrest for him as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. Witness A, can you tell us then how you went about the takedown of Mr. Molefe?
Sorry, Advocate Siggles and Witness A, because there are two Molefes here, I think let's just be clear for the record going forward. When he refers to Molefe, he's referring to Katiso Molefe and not Lucky Molefe. Otherwise, we will get confused. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. Witness A, you may proceed.
Sorry. Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, I will be referring to Katiso Molefe on this operation that I was actually in charge of. It took place on the 6th of December, and then it was an operation where we needed to arrest him, as we will call it a takedown. And then it started in the morning of the day with our members doing the surveillance to see the movements of the suspect, the Katiso Molefe, up until there was the takedown midday of the same day, where he was then arrested at his place. Maybe I can just give details as to how he was then arrested. We then went to his place, and then we requested entry, and then he opened his gate. We found him with another person, and then that person was heavily armed. We believe him to be his bodyguard at the time. And then we had to disarm him and then restrain both of them before we could ask them to identify themselves to us.
Witness, sorry,
having
Witness
done
A.
that,
Witness A, can I just get some specifics regarding you saying that you had to disarm them? What arms did they have with them?
the person that was with Kadiso Molefe at the time had a rifle. And then his rifle, I think he also had 3 extra fully loaded magazines with him, and a magazine that was in the firearm, meaning that he had 4 fully loaded magazines in his rifle, and then he also had a side pistol that he had on his waist, and then Kadiso Molefe also had a side pistol that was on his waist. And then we disarmed them, and then we asked them to produce or to show us their firearm licenses, which they did. And then we took possession of the firearms, and we restrained them.
Sorry, Advocate Siegels. There's an issue here that may become important at a later stage, so maybe we should deal with it now. Witness A, the operation to arrest Mr. Molefe and your team, what I need clarity on is, firstly, whether your team was in uniform, in police uniform, and how you identified yourselves when you got there. Because an issue that may arise in this commission later on is that there was suspicion that your team impersonated police people. That's why there was interference in relation to what led to Mr. Molefe's arrest. So if you can just clarify who was the team and how you were dressed and how you identified yourselves when you got to Molefe's house at Sandhurst, in Sandhurst.
Yes, Commissioners. Before we could enter the gate, we identified ourselves by the way of shouting at him because he was on the other side of the gate. So we audibly told him that we are police, and then we requested entry. And then he opened, and once he opened, because they were armed, we first needed to make the situation safe before we could just produce our appointment certificates for them to see that we are police. And then, more than that, we also produced the warrant of arrest that was signed by the court for him to read, to see that we are police. And then, for what I understand, is that he knew from then that we are police, because we even told him that we are here with a case that he knew about. All he said in the instant when I handcuffed him was that, how are we linking him to the murder of Mr. Swart, because we know that he was not there. Then I told him that this is not the case that you needed to be there. But in any case, we're going to explain to you how you are linked at a later stage. Right now, I just need to explain your rights to you as an arrested person. And then he cooperated. He didn't give problems.
Yes. Witness A, in that paragraph 77, you say something about who made up the team that went to effect this arrest. Can you speak more to that? What are the units, if that's what they are called, the different units that were involved with this?
The units that were involved in this takedown, it was my unit, which is now organized crime detectives, because that is where I am from. And the unit that we were working with at the time, which is TRT, Tactical Response Team, that is the unit that was giving us support. That is the units that did the operation, commissioners.
Yes. You mentioned the PKTT in the statement. Do you want to speak to that?
Oh, yes. Yes, the PKTT came with the CI, the crime intelligence side of things. And then the PKTT also was now giving guidance and then giving support. As I said, now we were having different operations that were running at the same time. It means now the PKTT as the support component was not on the ground with us as we arrested. It was us that were on the ground going to different operation to arrest. As I said, the operations were supposed to be two running at the same time, meaning now there were commanders from PKTT that were coordinating all those operations that were happening at the same time. So they were not like physically at Mlife's place, but they were overseeing the operations from a secluded place, if I may say that.
Okay, so just to be sure, where you say at approximately 12:30, the Molefe takedown team, which included members of the PKTT, traced his movements to his house in Sandhurst. That's what you're explaining there when you say they were assisting, coordinating, but not present at the scene when you effected the arrest.
That is correct. The commanders were not, that were overseeing, they were not there, they were just coordinating it from somewhere else, but we were reporting to them from time to time, and the CI was helping to locate him, to say this is where he is moving, and then this is where he is at this time, so you can
yes,
effectively take down.
Yes. And then in that same paragraph, you also say we were met with resistance from Molefe and his person, who we thought was perhaps his driver or bodyguard as they approached the gate. You haven't described any conduct which amounts to resistance in your evidence, or that I could understand as resistance. Do you want to explain that bit in the statement?
Yes, the resistance may have came in two parts. The first part of the resistance, maybe I won't be able to talk to that much because I was not part of the team. There is the team that was confronted by this particular person that I'm saying was armed with the rifle when they were doing surveillance. They were approached by this person when they reported to us to say, we are here now, we're being pointed by firearms. And this time we were at a different location waiting for them to tell us that the suspect that you're looking for is here. But now they gave us a call that, hey, we're being surrounded by a person who is armed with a firearm and he is with the suspect. And then they were also told that at some point there is a person who is a police officer, a JMPD person that came. So I was not personally confronted with that situation. It was the situation that was reported to us, but it made us that we had to rush very quickly from where we were at the time, so that situation, that side could not escalate, because we didn't know what worse could happen if we didn't come as quick as we needed to. But then when we at the gate requesting entry, the resistance that we came across with was that they first didn't want to open the gate. For some time, as requesting, demanding entry and all that, they did come to the gate but did not want to open the gate up until they saw that it was a team of quite a lot of people. Maybe that is why they ended up opening, I'm thinking. So that is the resistance that I'm talking about, that I experienced.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Witness A, can you identify the person that was with Mr. Molefe that you say had a rifle and another firearm?
Is that person identified himself as Lihasa Moloi?
And
then,
continue.
Yes, Commissioner.
Were you able to establish if he is a driver or a bodyguard of Mr. Molefe?
It was difficult to establish that, because if I did ask him, if are you a bodyguard to Mr. Molefe, then he said no, he's not a bodyguard to Mr. Molefe, he's just a friend. Then I asked him, why are you so heavily armed? Then he told me that he was phoned by Mr. Molefe saying that there are people that are parked next to his house and he doesn't trust them. That is why he came armed.
Okay. So at what point then did you gain entry? You mentioned something about this person driving past you into the gate in a white BMW. When did that happen?
It happened, if I remember correctly, it was because now we came down the road and we parked just next to the gate, waiting to enter at this place of Mr. Molefe. But before we could get out of the house, this BMW came rushing and it went in. And then at that time, we didn't know if Mr. Molefe was in that BMW or not. But now we were told that it was inside. So it was a confusion to us to say, is he inside or he just came in with this BMW? But now as we approached the gate, demanding to entry, when these two people came to us, we didn't know at that time that the two of the people, one was Mr. Molefe, because we didn't know him before then. It was when they were restrained that they gave them their identities to say, I am Lihasa Moloi. And then I asked him, who is this guy here? Then he said, this is Katiso Molefe. Then I said, this is the person that we're looking for.
Let me take you to the production of the licenses, Witness A. Was the license produced even in respect of the rifle?
Yes, the license of the rifle was produced, Chairperson, even though I wouldn't remember now at what stage it was produced. Was it at the gate? Because things were happening very fast. I can't remember correctly now if at first he produced only for the pistol, or he produced both. But as the operation was progressing, we had both licenses.
You know this better than I do. Do ordinary individuals like me, I won't say you and I, you are a police officer, but definitely I, do they get issued licenses for rifles?
That is a question that I asked him. They actually do. I asked him, how did you get to be issued with the rifle, this caliber license? Then he told me that he actually has a security company under his name. Even I don't know if it was operating or not, but he told me that he has got a security company. And then further, he told me that that rifle, it was for his personal safety.
Thank you, Chair. Witness A, can you then continue with once you make entry? How did Mr. Molefe identify himself to you? I'm not sure if you covered that already.
Yes, for starters, I asked to say, who is this man that is with you? Then he said, it was Gadi we are looking for. Then I went to him, and I say, sir, who are you? Then he said, he is Mr. Molefe. He is Gatiso Molefe. And then I said, I told him who I was. And then the reason why we were there, which was now we are arresting you for the murder of Mr. Amar Swart.
And then
he, yes, Commissioner.
No, sorry, proceed.
And then the first question was that he asked me was, how are we connecting him to that murder, because he was not there. Then I said, but then you didn't need to be there for you to be connected to a murder, but for now, we will deal with that later. Here is a warrant for your arrest that is issued by the court. And then I read it out for him, and then I gave it to him to read. I also asked him if I can explain it to in a vernacular language as to what it was saying. Then he said, no, there is no need. He understands it. Then he has read it. It's fine. I can arrest him. And then I arrested him. I made him safe. I secured him. And then we made the environment or the house safe. And then we took him to the safe place. And then we told him what is going to happen in terms of searching his place. We are requested to search his place, which he consented to. He agreed. And then we wanted to search his house because he had a lot of cars. I mean, the vehicles that were parked in his yard. We asked if we can search the vehicles. Then he said yes. But and then I also requested him to declare if there is anything unlawful that he would like to declare before we could search. Then he said, no, there is nothing unlawful that he needed to declare. We can search the house. And then further than that, I asked him who else was at home that he wants to tell us about. Then he said it was his kids. And but I think it was 3 guys that were working for him. The gardeners, I will call them that. They were helping him in the garden. And then they came, then we saw them, we made them safe. The kids came, we saw them, we made them safe. Then they were at the one side as we started to search.
Witness A, you say the team included the TRT. Were they in uniform?
The TRT were not in full uniform, except of their bullet vests, the bullet proofs that are clearly marked SAPS.
Yes, and so when Mr. Lehasa came out and he had a rifle on him, would he have been aware that he is dealing with or he's going to be confronting or talking to the police? Were you properly
would have been
identifiable?
Yes, he would have been aware because they were clearly visible. But other than that, I would think that the first confrontation with our teams that were in the BMW that was confronted by Molefe and with his JMPD friend, the JMPD friend, he did approach them and they introduced themselves to him as a police. So by then he exactly knew that this was the police operation.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. You were then dealing with the searches that you had undertaken at the house. You said that you searched the vehicles. How many vehicles did you search?
We searched the number of the vehicles that were there, commissioners.
I think it's at paragraph 80.
Paragraph 8. It was quite a number of vehicles. I can't see the number now.
I think you've got 7 in your statement.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it was the number of the vehicles, but what I remember is that we asked if all these vehicles are his, and then he said all of them are his. Then we requested him to give us all the vehicles that he told us that are in the kitchen. Then we went there, then we took all the vehicles for us to be able to have access to the vehicles. And then before we could start searching, we requested for him to consent to a search. And then he said yes. And then for things like the cell phones and laptops, he had to sign a consent form for us so that we can be able to search those things or maybe to access those things in terms of downloading. And then we took that form, we read it out to him, and then still I also said, can I explain the contents of the form to you? Then he told me to say, I was a teacher, I understand English. So, but he didn't say it in a bad way. He just told me that you do not have to explain it to me in vernac. I understand the contents, so let me sign. And then he signed because I wanted him to understand it in English. If he doesn't understand, if there is a word that he doesn't understand, then I was going to explain to it the way I understood. But he said, no, there will be no need to explain it to him in vernac because he does understand English. He was a teacher. Then he signed that consent form. And then we started searching from outside in the vehicles going in the house.
Okay, can you tell us about the search in the house from paragraph 81?
Yes. The search started in his house with him telling us what room served what purpose. There was a kitchen, there was a room just behind the kitchen that he says that room is used as an office, then it's a family office. In that room, when we searched in it, we found a lot of documents that he said they belong to his son.
What were these documents relating to?
These documents were relating to different companies. It seemed like these documents had a lot to do with Transnet. Applying for tenders for Transnet, registration of companies, and then there is also a particular set of documents that belonged to a company that I mentioned yesterday, which is SK Group, which is now linked directly to the matter that we were dealing with at the time. This A Group, if I can just take the commission a little back, is that it was the group, it was the company that was a buyer at a QTech company buying for Transnet. and then Molife's nephew, Lucky Molife, that we needed to arrest, was working for Transnet, holding a position of a buyer as well, meaning he will buy products for Transnet. Now, we find in these documents here, and then this SK Group was supposed to be an independent company, not linked to Molife. But now here it was at Katiso's house. And then I asked him about this document to say, why are you having these documents at your house? Then he said, hey, these things have nothing to do with him, because this office is mostly used by Lucky Molife and his son, who is Tapelo Molife. So he didn't want to take ownership of the SK Group documents. But among the documents that we found there was about, I think, 2 pages that were full of signatures that you could see that this person is practicing signatures using different pens. I will say it with different pens because the fonts are not the same. The other signature will be written in a strong font, the other one will be the light font, the other one will be a red pen, but it's one signature repeated many times. Though you could see that this person is practicing this signature for whatever reason. Then we asked him about, why are you having these pages that is full of signatures? Who is practicing these signatures? Then he said, hey, don't ask me about these things. I rarely visit this office. It is used by my nephew, who is like Molife, and my son.
And what did you do with all the papers that you confiscated?
We took those papers, then they were booked into the SAP 13 when he was arrested.
What is SAP 13?
The SAP 13 number, I will look for it now, commissioners. I think it is 2181. I'm just remembering it from my head. I think it was 2181. 2025.
Ms. Sigers Nube, are you not asking for a description of what the SAP 13 is?
Correct, Chair. I just want to know what document, what kind of document is it, the description of the SAP 13?
Oh, I thought you were asking the entry number.
No, what is an SAP 13?
The SAP 13 is an exhibit register book where the police will register any exhibit that are coming into the police station in relation of the cases. So for custody, it is called the 13 custody book in other terms.
Okay, and then at paragraph 82, you deal with the continuation of your search. Can you take us through that?
Yes, we continued searching, and then we found the DVR system that was controlling the CCTV cameras that were fitted in the house. But the first DVR system was found in the kitchen. And then we asked him if this DVR is the one that is controlling the whole system in this house. Then he said, according to his understanding, yes, this is the DVR that is controlling the activities here, the cameras. And then we told him that it will form the part of the things that we're going to take, because it will be subject to investigation to see the movements or what was happening here before the arrest. Because already we knew that the way things that were happening here, having seen from yesterday's testimony that Puleta was visiting him regularly, using that Mercedes-Benz Viano bus, And then we thought maybe there were also other people that we will need to pick up if maybe we're going to be allowed by him to confiscate the DVR system. He said he does not have a problem. We can have the DVR system, but he will not going to give us the PIN to the DVR because he doesn't know it. And then my question was, but this is your system and you are the owner of this house, you should know it. And he said, no, the TI people that work here, they know it. It's not him that know the PIN.
Now, you say that there were two systems, one in the bedroom and one in the kitchen. Can you just tell us about that?
Yes, there were two systems. And then we needed now to be sure, because now this thing needed the person who understand IT, that wanted to assist us as to how are we going to take this thing, because if you disconnect it, you must disconnect it in a way that when you bring it back, it is not damaged. And then we requested a person from our TI support to say, hey, we've got a system here that we need to confiscate. But now the problem is, even if we can take it now, we do not have a PIN and we want to disconnect it. Can you come assist? And then that TI person did really came, and then he started trying to disconnect it. And then as he arrived there checking the system, then he told us, no, this DVR system that is seeing there is just a decoy. It is not connected to this. It is not controlling these cameras.
Which one, witness A, the one in the kitchen or the one in the bedroom?
The one in the kitchen. He says it is not working. It's there. It's made to be seen as working, but it's not controlling these cameras. And then we say, but now how can we find another DVR that is connected to this one? Then we had to go back and ask Kadiso Molefe to say, but now this DVR system is not the one that is controlling the CCTV system outside. Then he said, no, he doesn't know that. All he knows is that this DVR that is in the kitchen is the one that is controlling everything here. And then this IT person of ours, the police, said, let me see if I can assist to trace the real DVR. Then he did do his things. I don't know how he went about, but he eventually did find the DVR in the master bedroom, where Molefe sleeps now. He traced it there, then he said, oh, come, here is the DVR that controls the whole system. That one, you can leave it, because even if you take it, there's nothing on it. It's just a decoy DVR system. And then I asked Molefe to say, but now you are not being truthful with us. Why didn't you tell us that in the room that you sleep in, there is another DVR? Maybe if you didn't know which one was controlling your system, you could say maybe take them both, because I don't know which one it is that will help you. Then he said he didn't know about the one that was in his bedroom.
Okay, and then at paragraph 83, you talk about something that transpired while you were busy searching the premises. Can you elaborate?
Yes. During that, when we're doing our operation now, because it was a huge operation, we were mostly inside, because his house is huge. It's a big house. It took a long time to do a search there. And then we're getting information from the people from outside that there are people that that have arrived, and then they demanding to enter. They call themselves that they're coming from DPCI, and then they want to know what was going on at Mlife's house.
Can you just tell us what is DPCI?
DPCI are known as Hawks.
Thank you.
It's an allied unit that is working with priority crimes.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Yes, and then I was called outside to come and explain to them and tell them to say, no, this was a legit operation that was taking place at Mlife's house, and then I found these members with the members of the TRT outside, and then with also one of the members that we were working with, who was trying to explain to them to say, no, this operation is a legit police operation. And then when I came there, I told them, no, we are executing a J50 here. We are doing an arrest. Then they said, where are you guys coming from? Then I told them, my office, to say, we are coming from organized crime. We're working with the PKTT team. We're doing this operation on a certain case. Then they said, now they need details of the case that we're working on. And they wanted us to brief them on that case, which now we said, no, we cannot do that, because now, what is your interest in the case? Why should we give you the details of the case that we're working on? Because for now, you just told us that you're from DPCI. We haven't verified that. We're just taking it from face value that you're from there. But for us to give you information on the case that we're working on, I don't think that will be proper. And then we didn't give that.
Witness A, I understand that DPCI is Directorate for Priority Crimes, the Hawks. Now, in your experience, was it usual that while you are effecting arrest or engaging in your operations, you would come across the Hawks and there would be that interaction between your team and the Hawks?
No, Commissioner, it was not a usual thing. It was not a usual thing because even with me, my experience would be that you will be driving, doing a certain operation, maybe you find other teams from different components, they doing their work. You don't interfere with them. If you can see that, oh, these are police doing their work, all right, that could be proper, that's fine. You leave them at that. So it was an unusual thing.
And once your team had identified themselves as police, was it usual for the Hawks to ask for the case number and the nature of the operation?
It was very unusual. It was an odd thing to happen because why would you want the case number or the details of the docket? What would you do with that? Let alone that this case, it was the case that was not even shared with the units that we were coming from. So for a different component to want to know the details of the case that you're working on was so unusual.
And you say that when you inquired what they were doing there, they told you that they were sent by their general to find out what was going on at the premises. Did they say who their general was?
They told us that they're being sent by their general national head, and then they didn't really say the name, but there will be only one national head of the Hawks at that time. Even if you are told that, you wouldn't then ask for the name. You would know who that person is.
When you were engaging with these people, witness A, someone must have been speaking on their behalf from the DPCI. Did you get a name, their title?
I think, if I remember correctly, the name would have been Karuga. I think so, Commissioner, but their title, I don't know if it's a captain or it's a colonel. I cannot remember correctly, because it was a fast-paced operation. I will have to be here, I will have to move to the house and come back here and see what was happening. I cannot remember their names properly from the top of my head.
Yes. Ms. Seagulls, is there any way you can be of help? Not necessarily now.
Yes, Captain Kruger.
Kruger. Sorry, I didn't even pick that up. Thank you. Witness A, do you confirm, are you able to confirm what Ms. Seagulls is saying, that it was Captain Kruger?
That is correct. What I was not too certain about was the title. I just forgotten.
Yes. And where you've said to the chairperson, the general, there was only one general. Was it General Libya? And I'm saying that because he's the only general I know.
That is correct. It was General Libya who was the head, the national head of DPCI at that time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Then if we go to page 27, still continuing with your evidence regarding what was transpiring between you and DPCI, you refused to give them any information. What was their attitude towards that?
Yes, when we didn't want to give them information, they didn't really want to let go or to back off, to the extent that one of their members spoke to me in Venek to say, arrest that person for interfering, meaning Captain Kruger. Why don't you arrest him for interfering? Because you guys have explained yourself to him, but still he's pestering. He's still asking questions. He wants to know more, but you told him that you're doing a formal or a non-police operation. You should just be arresting him. And then the person was saying that is one of the person that he came with.
Witness A, are you at liberty to tell us who that person is?
No, Commissioners. I think I will hold his name at this moment, because even if I would, I know him by a nickname. Then I can give that to the evidence leader, not on this platform, if that is okay with the Commission.
Okay, you may proceed, Witness A. We are now at paragraph 84. When you were talking about the DPCI T-shirted officers, in your paragraph 83, you also mentioned the presence of a helicopter. Can you tell us about that?
Yes. Then now, as I'm saying that, I was pacing around, coming to the gate, attending to these DPCI people. There was also a lawyer who also wanted to be let in there. And then there is also a person who was a friend, who introduced himself as a friend of Mlife, who really demanded entry. He said he wants to be let in. And then the people who were controlling the situation had to call us from inside to say, let's call the detectives, and then you tell them who you are and why you want to be let in here. So I was pacing up and down. Then as I left the gate now, having addressed the DPCI guys, going back to the operation that was happening inside, we had the noise of the hoovering helicopter that was hoovering so low over the house. We thought maybe it was just passing, but then it just made turns, maybe for about 10 minutes to say what was happening now. Then I came out to see what was going on. Then I could see that that was a police helicopter, not SAPS, but it was a traffic helicopter that was just hovering so low over this house. And then we thought there's something really happening. And we reported that because we were now having our commanders that were in somewhere that were reporting this situation to them. This is what is happening now. Can we get protection? Because on that one, I really asked for protection to say, I think we'll have a problem here. Can we maybe have a reinforcement? I understand that we had TRT that were that were giving us protection and protecting the scene and all that. But now seeing a helicopter above, you can see now you are going to be outnumbered because these people now are airborne, you are down. You need to report this. What is happening? Are we even going to take this person out of this house? And then calls were made to our commanders to say, this is what is happening now. Then they said, no, just look at the situation, see how it unfolds, then you report back to us. And then, but anyway, if you need help, we will be there. So that was happening. That's what was happening, and I just should say that the hoovering of the helicopter and then the visit by the DPCI members told us or showed us that we were dealing with a person that was of a different caliber from the suspect that we usually used to arrest. Because this was not our first arrest, this was not our first operation. We were used to operate arresting people on major cases, but this one was a different one.
Do you know who was the person that was operating the helicopter?
Yes, the person that was operating the helicopter was later identified because now we wanted to know in the weeks that followed to say, why was that happening? Why was helicopter coming to our arrest? Were they coming there to maybe take the Mlife away from us? Is there something that we need to worry about going forward? What it is that we need to do? Then we did our investigation that we could then, we found that the helicopter was being operated by the gentleman that introduced himself as a Chief Provincial Inspector, George Raff. I cannot read this surname.
Raftopoulos.
Yes.
And did he say on whose instruction he was there?
Yes, he told us that he was coming from Gauteng traffic. Then he was requested by a certain colonel from DPCI to say he has received a complaint that there is bogus police in that address that we're in. Then he was sent to go check what was going on there.
Can I just clarify, from what division is Raftopoulos?
He said he is based in Gauteng Traffic Police.
Gauteng Traffic Police. And in your statement, you refer to a DPCI captain, not a colonel. Which one is the
Yes.
correct one?
That will be captain. I just now do not have the details of who did he really say that he got the request to come assist there.
Do you know if it could be the same Captain Kruger?
Yes, that's correct.
Witness A, at the time of the operation, this helicopter, were you able to identify where it was from? As in, it's a police helicopter, it's a provincial, I think you say the chief provincial inspector, that it came from province. Were you able to determine it's private or it's a state, one of the state agencies' helicopter?
Yes, we could, because we're doing this with the assistance with the members that were outside. They could identify that it belonged to traffic police. But when you looked at it as it was flying above, you could mistaken it as a police helicopter. Because initially I thought it was a police helicopter, like SABC helicopter by that. But then we were told, no, this is not a police helicopter. This is a traffic helicopter, which was then confirmed by its operator, Inspector George.
Yes. And the members of the DPCI that were there, how big a number was it?
It was quite a number. I wouldn't really have a definitive number as to say there were 15 or 14, but it was quite a number because actually there was a lot of people outside the gate that came in support of Mlife. And then some did not introduce themselves as who they were. And then you would not come out of the gate and ask around who is this person and who is that person. So, but I did see this group that was wearing these easily identifiable DPCI shirts, that it was quite a group.
And were they armed? The DPCI T-shirted people?
I could not establish that from where I was standing,
Yes.
Commissioners.
Yes. How would you describe it? I'm asking whether they were armed because I want to try and establish whether you're able to describe what the situation, the atmosphere was like now that you've got a helicopter hovering. You have these many people that you're describing from the DPCI, TRT, your team, and whoever else might have been. What was the atmosphere?
The atmosphere was quite tense. You could see that if this situation cannot be managed and controlled well now, anything can happen. Even not only on this point, even before we could come to this place, you could see that it was a matter of minutes that things could go out of hand, because you had a suspect who was armed and then approaching the police. Then the police are also armed. So it was just a matter of who is controlling the situation better now. So the situation was volatile from onset up until the operation was called off. There was no time where you will say, now it's safe, I can sit down, I can drink water, I can maybe have lunch. We didn't have lunch for the day, for the whole day, because you were kept on your feet, looking at the safety of this person that you are arresting, looking at the safety of yourself, looking at the safety of the family members that were there, his kids, because you didn't know who will come with what. More special when you could see that they've got capabilities to come on air to say now you can, because when you're going to an operation, you look at the area, you say, okay, you will have your members at that corner, guarding that space, you got that small gate and all that. But now when they come airborne, how are you going to operate that? You're not even trained for that. So it changes the whole situation to say, hey, what are we faced with now?
Thank you.
And then I actually did go and ask the suspect to say, what is happening here? Then he said, I should ask you, I don't know. You see, I'm here with you. That's what he said. I'm here with you. I don't know what is happening outside.
Thank you, Witness A. Thank you, Ms. Siegel.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. Chair, I'm not sure if we should take the tea adjournment now because I'm moving on to still part of the same topic, but it's quite a lengthy explanation from the witness.
Let's adjourn and resume at 15:15.
Good morning, everyone. Again, we are just trying to establish a connection. We've lost the connection, so apologies for the delay. We've established the connection. We're ready to start. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Witness A, are you there?
Yes, I am here, Commissioners.
Thank you. We ended at paragraph 84 on page 27 of your statement. Can we now deal with paragraph 85, where you speak about something that happened earlier on the day of the operation?
Yes. This will be now the part where I said I was not present, but it was reported to the team that it had happened. That is when now we had our members that were monitoring the movements of the person that we're going to be arresting on that day, which is Tatiso Mulife. And then they reported to us that they had a confrontation with a one Johnny Mukhatle from JMPD K9 unit, which is a Johannesburg Metro Police Department K9 unit. And then he approached one of our members who was also stationed near Mulife's house. And then Mukhatle later deposed the affidavit to the team when he was approached to ask as to what his role was there. Why was he there? Was he there on his personal capacity or it was an official capacity? And then because on face value from us it was taken as interference. We were doing a police operation, and then there he was showing up and confronting the members. And then I also did ask the suspect after we have arrested him, days after when we're now taking him to court, to say, why was John Mukhatle there? What was his role there? Then he told me that it was him who called him because he was feeling scared, thinking that he was going to be killed. So he wanted him to come assist him, or maybe by also checking on the vehicles that were surveying his house, because he says at that time he didn't know who those people were. And then I told him that, but did you see that your actions or his actions together with you nearly made the situation to go out of hand? And then he told me that he was actually ready to fight because now he thought that he was under attack, so he needed to protect himself.
Okay.
Yes, Commissioners.
Thank you, Witness A. And then you deal at paragraph 86 with these occurrences which you refer to as unusual. Could you read that into the record for the Commission, please?
Sorry, Commissioners, I didn't get that. There
Paragraph.
was a little bit of a glitch on our side.
Oh, apologies. Paragraph 86 on page 27. If you could read that into the record.
Oh, yes. Paragraph 86 on page 27 will read as follows. Once again, these occurrences were unusual. It is unheard of the sub-officials from different divisions and units would arrive at a private residence where a takedown of an operation is underway and attempt to interfere in that operation. If there were real concerns that the operation was illegal for whatever reason on their side now, I still would not expect an entire team from DPCI with a helicopter to descend on us and try to stop the operation and resist our attempts to protect the integrity of the operation. This further demonstrated the wide rich influence that Mulife had within the law enforcement. And just maybe to add on that, Commissioners, there was a call that I got from a certain individual shortly after we've arrested Mulife, which then said to us, to me, that we are aware that the person that we've just arrested is the person of the generals. He put it in that way. The person that you've just arrested is the person of the generals. Then I told that person to say, I did not know that. And he said, yeah, that is what happened. Now it means now you are confronting the generals. But that person didn't tell me which general, to be specific.
And did you establish who this person was?
Yes, I did, because he's the person that I knew. He was calling me on the phone. He's registered on my call book, on my phone book.
I did not get that.
I say he's a person that I know. He called me on my phone. He's registered on my phone book, on my phone, the names that I have on the phone. But
He's a contact, one of the contacts saved on your phone.
that is correct. Thank you, Commissioner.
Are you saying on something so significant? Because I think this was quite significant. You don't remember who the person was, especially if that person is a contact on your phone.
I do remember. It's just that is the individual that called me. I have his name.
Are you saying you will not say it? Are you saying you will not say it?
Yes, Commissioner.
I did.
An open platform.
I missed that, which is why I asked you the second question. I missed that part.
Yes, Commissioner.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Witness A, what did you understand this person to mean when they say the person you've just arrested is of the generals? What was your understanding of that?
I understood him to say, now you will have a lot of resistance from the generals. But moreover, that it was taking me aback to what was happening with all the generals trying to get hold of us, or trying to establish the connection with the investigating team, to say we were actually encroaching in the people that they're taking care of, not knowing that we will actually arrest the very same person that they had connection with. Because at the time when we were invited to the places that we were invited to, we were only dealing with the three suspects that were arrested in the Mr. Swart murder. I don't think they appreciated that our investigation will lead to Mr. Mulife. Now, when the time came that we were arresting Mlife, now we were explicitly told that now you just have arrested the person of the generals. Are you aware of that?
Are you able to tell us or not whether that person who's a contact on your phone is a member of the SABC or not?
He's not a member of the SABC. He's just a general public.
All right. Thank you.
Person.
Thank you.
And why will you not mention the person's name publicly?
I think for their safety, mostly because maybe can be targeted because he is a known person. So if I will mention him here, maybe he can be victimized by the same generals even, or by the public at large.
Thank you.
Witness A.
Thank you, Chair.
Witness A, in light of the standoff that had just taken place before the arrest of Katiso Molefe, were you not curious to ask this individual what he meant by the person you have just arrested is the person of the generals, and also who these generals are? Were you not curious at all? Did you not ask him?
I did ask what he meant by that, but he didn't want to give the names of the generals. But he told me that this person is connected to the names that I mentioned yesterday, which is the late Mswazi. He told me that this person is Mswazi's person, and then the generals were connected to him while he was still alive. And then he really did not want to give me which general in particular he was referring to. But he was making it known to me to say this person is connected to the generals. And I understood it to be like that.
Thank you, Witness A. We're now on page 28 of your statement, paragraph 87, where you speak about events that transpired after you completed your search of Mr. Molefe's premises.
Yes, we then had to take Molefe to where he was going to be detained in a period between his arrest and the first appearance at court. And then the team and I had agreed to take him to Pretoria Central for the reason that usually when we arrest the people in the cases such as this one, you wouldn't like to take them to the local station or any other station for interference, and then for safety of the arrested person. We usually used to take them to the bigger police stations. It will either be, depending where you are at the time, it will either be your Johannesburg Central Police Station, because it has caused the high-profile police cells where you will arrest the people that really need to be looked after in terms of their safety, or to the police stations like your Chimistings. Those are big police stations around the province, and Pretoria Central Police Station. So the decision was made that it is better that we took him to Pretoria Police Station, Pretoria Central Police Station, for his detention. And then we made means to let his family know that this is where he's going to be detained over weekend, because he was arrested on Friday, if I remember correctly. And then I also told sorry, Commissioner.
And what do you mean when you say for his safety? What was it exactly?
For his...
What was
For
it?
his safety.
Yes, go on.
Yes, for his safety, there is something that we thought something could happen to him at the time, but knowing that the case that we're dealing with, it was a sensitive case, we were getting protection ourselves, working on the case. It means now, even with the people that you are arresting, you also need to think to say that these people could be facing, some of them, some kind of danger, even if they do not disclose to you. But with these ones, especially this one in particular, he did tell us that he fears for his life. So you will have to make sure that as much as you are looked after for your protection, he's also kept safe wherever he is. That's what I mean by the safety of the arrested person, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. And so you took him to Pretoria Central Police Station, and then what happened?
Yes, but I was just saying, just before we could take him there was a gentleman who was at the gate who always demanded entry, but we did not allow him. Then he reported himself to be his lawyer at the time, and then he gave his name to me as Tamihadebe. And then I told him that day, I will take your client to Pretoria Central. I also gave him my number to say, if you needed anything, maybe from my side, you can contact me. But if you need to consult with your lawyer, you will have to contact the people that will be working at the cell, which we refer to as a cell commander at the time, because they will have their regulations or their rules from station to station to say, you can visit this time, you can bring food, you can bring clothes. Other stations will say, don't bring food, we provide food. Others say, don't bring clothes, something like that. It will not be up to me, but you will have to consult with the station at a particular time, or the relief commander of that station at the time you want to go there. But if it happens that you're experiencing problems, you can contact me on this number. Then I gave him my number and also the family, including the person who was arrested, not arrested, who was found with Mulife, the one that was, that I said his name was Lehasa, because we had to now uncuff him because we didn't want to arrest him. And then I gave him my number to say, if you need something for Mulife over the weekend, this is the number you're going to contact me on. And then we took him to Pretoria Central.
Okay, and what happened when you got there?
When we got to the Pretoria Central, then we detained him. We booked the exhibit in the exhibit office, which is the SA13 warehouse or store. And then I communicated with the cell commander at the time to say this is a high risk case. They need to look after this person. And I also made an OB entry so that when they change shift, they will know that there is this high-profile person that is arrested there. He is a high profile in a sense that the case is sensitive. And then I made it clear as to who needed to visit him without letting me know. But any other person that needed to visit, the team will have to be let know. They needed to be conducted. I think if I remember correctly, I told them that the immediate family can visit, the lawyer can visit, the spouse can visit, and then the priest, if he had a priest, can visit. Other than that, the friends and the colleagues, if he works and all that, they might not visit without letting us know. If they want to visit, they will have to let us know. Then we left him at the police station at that night.
And where did you go to when you left the police station?
It was the early hours of the night. Because when I left him, I remember there was an operation that was going on that went to locate or trace Lucky Molife somewhere. I couldn't join them because I think it was around 3 in the morning. I went to sleep, but I kept receiving calls from lawyers who said they want to meet with me in those early hours of the morning. Then I said, that is not proper. If it happens that you need to meet, let's try and sit the following day. But even then, I told them, I don't understand why would you want to meet me, because you've got a liberty to consult with or to visit your client at any time. Why would I be meeting with you? Then they said the things that they needed to discuss with the team before he goes to court. And I said, but you've got my number. We can talk over the phone. And then if I can see that really we do need to meet, then we can arrange that. Other than that, I don't see as why we should meet. And then we didn't meet with the lawyers.
Okay, then can we move on to the next topic, which is on page 28 at paragraph 89. It starts at 89. You refer to it as possible further interference attempts. Now you refer to the 7th of December 2024. Can you tell us? Oh, sorry, there's a question.
Before you do that, witness A, you say in paragraph 88 that you then joined those that were actively looking for Lucky Molife. Now, you have earlier on explained that he was a buyer for Transnet and involved, I think, he was a buyer for Transnet, and you said something about the SK group. Yes, you said that. Now, but earlier on in an earlier paragraph of your statement, you mentioned that there was a warrant for his arrest. So when you went to the premises of Mr. Katiso Molefe, you were also looking for him as well. Why were you looking for him? Why did you want to arrest him? You haven't explained that.
There was a warrant for him on this case matter. He was a wanted suspect, as Molefe was a wanted suspect, and he was not found on that day, and he has not been found to this day.
Okay. So a suspect in relation to the Mr. Swart's murder. Is that what you're saying?
That is correct.
All right.
That is correct, Commissioners. I think witness B is going to talk more as to why or how he's connected to the murder.
Yes.
Of Mr. Swart.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Seal.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. Witness A, can we then deal with your next topic, which is the possible further interference attempts that starts at paragraph 89. You speak about events that transpired on the 7th of December 2024, the day after Mr. Molefe's arrest.
Yes, on the day that followed there, we were doing the continuation of operation of looking for Lucky, including doing investigation on the case, when now I receive a call from Colonel Mkwena from my office, the one Colonel Mkwena that I referred to yesterday. He called me on my phone, then he asked if there was a person that arrested at the area where we arrested him from. He mentioned the area to say, did you arrest a person in that area yesterday? Then I said, yes. But then he said, then where is the person that you arrested now? We are referring to Katiso Molefe. Then I told him that, yeah, we arrested Katiso Molefe. Then he said, where is he? Then I say, we detained him in Pretoria Central Police. Then he told me that, why did you not detain him at a local police station? Before, but you didn't report that success in our group, because we had a group at the office when I was still based at the office, where you will always report the major events, say, I arrested so-and-so on this case, and then these are the
Witness A?
set for.
We lost
I didn't
you.
see that on the group.
Sorry, Witness
Why
A,
did
we
you not
lost you.
arrest yet as the success?
Please take witness A back.
Witness A? Can you hear us? It's gone.
Yes, I can hear you, commissioners, now.
Okay, please take us back to, you mentioned that Colonel Mokoena had asked you why you hadn't reported the matter in the group as a success in the group. We lost you after that, so can you just repeat what you said?
Yes, he wanted me to explain to him as to why he didn't see that success on the group as it would normally be. And then I said, I told him that he should be aware that on this case, even with the 3 that we arrested earlier on in the year, in April 17, they were not reported on the group. Now, I didn't understand why this one will then be reported. And then I also told him that he would be aware that Brigadier Khopane had given a directive that we should report either direct to her or to the general, who is now General Mbuso Khumalo, about this case, not to the open platform because of the sensitivity that it came with. And then he said, the problem now is General Sibia, who is now the Deputy National Commissioner, had just called him asking about where Mlife was arrested and why, detained rather, and why is he not detained in a local police station. And then I gave him the reason why he was not detained at a local station. Then he went on to say, but now, why did you not tell the family? And then I said, this is the family, and I gave them my number if they needed anything that had to do with the detention or any other challenge that they were faced with. Then he told me that what I did was not nice. General Sibia is not happy. And then he said I must be careful that I won't face a civil claim about what I did. And I didn't understand what he was saying because we've been doing this for a long time since I've been a police. It is the team or a detective who decide where they arrest a person, where they detain a person rather.
Witness A, the General Sibia you are referring to in paragraph 91 of your statement. Can you just explain who that is?
General Sibia will be National Deputy Commissioner, who is also the head of detectives nationally.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Witness A, did he say what General Sibia would not be or is not happy about? Did he say it, and what did you understand of it?
He said he's not happy about that. We took the person away from the local police station where he would have been arrested. And then I didn't understand what was the concern there. And then he went on to say he's not happy that you didn't tell the family where you're taking their family member, because now they cannot visit him because they don't know where he is. And then I explained to Colonel to say, I did tell the family. And then I also got the instruction there and there to say, make a call to the family and tell them where you have detained the person, now meaning Katiso Mulive. Then I said, but I had done that already before I took him out of his house. I told Lehasa, and I told his sons, and then I was also phoned by the lawyers, because I had also given the lawyer that was at the gate, and I was also phoned by the lawyers, who then means that they got my number, I will assume, from the family members. Them again, and I didn't call them.
Did the Colonel Mukwena indicate to you or suggest, in fact, maybe let me use the word, did he in any way suggest, or did you understand him to have spoken to General Sibia and conveying what he was saying to you on the basis of his discussion with General Sibia?
Commissioner, will the question be, would I have understood him to have gone back to the general to tell him what I said to him?
No, sorry. No, let me apologize for not being clear. What I'm asking is, when he said to you, when Colonel Mukwena said to you, General Sibia will be unhappy, or is unhappy, that you have taken Mr. Mulefe outside of the closest police station, the local police station, and that you did not tell his family, was it your understanding that that was his discussion, that is what he had discussed with General Sibia before he called you?
Yes, Commissioner, that was my understanding, but my understanding was further than that. I understood Colonel Mukwena to have been getting pressure from General Sibia to say, you talk to your members, they must not do this, they should have done this. He didn't express that to me, but that is what I understood him to say. Because when I explained to him how things went, he then said, I got a call from General Sibia raising this concern, to say now, I think he was also getting pressure from somewhere himself.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Siegel.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. I think you may have answered in your exchange with Commissioner Baloyi, but why do you refer to this as a possible interference?
I refer this to possible interference because here is a person who have just told me soon after we've arrested Mulife to say, you've just arrested the general's person. Now I'm getting this call soon after, because we've just arrested him the previous night. Now I'm getting the call the following day, which will mean then the call from this fellow was going to come on the days that followed. Now I'm connecting the dots now to say what this man is saying and what transpired on this day paints a picture to say really there is pressure from somewhere. It could be true that this person is somehow connected or has influence to the generals.
Thank you, Witness A. Can we then go on to your next topic, which is also on page 29 and starts at paragraph 93, which you call My Call with General Shabiri. Can you just set the scene for us, the date, time, and who you were with?
The date was on the 16th of December 2024. It would have been 10 days after we've arrested Katiso Molefe. And then I was at the office where we're operating from with witness B. And then we were still working. It was around 8 minutes past 6, somewhere around there. Then the calls comes in. And then the general is, it started as a casual call to say, hey, how are you guys doing? Because he understood our situation as we have had the first meeting with him. How are you keeping? How is work going? And then he's telling me about his health issues here and there. It was just a casual call. Up until now, it turned a little bit to involve work now about the person that we arrested. And then he wanted now to tell me who this person you arrested is, and then how he is connected to the, and then how the hierarchy stands, because he told me the names to say there is this guy who is connected to that person, and then this one is this one. So these people are dangerous. Those are his weight. These people are very dangerous. They don't have a heart. They will go out of their way to have what they want to have.
Okay, Witness A, can we take it step by step? Can you start out with paragraph 93? You say that it was a casual discussion. What is it that was, what was he discussing as part of the casual part of the discussion?
He was speaking about his health condition, which I don't think I can disclose here.
Okay.
But he was telling me about his health condition at the time, to say, this is what I'm suffering from, and then this is how I'm taking care of it. And then he was taking me step by step in how he is treating it.
Okay, and then in 93, you speak about him telling you about an invitation that he received. Tell us about that.
Yes, then he soon told me that, hey, I received an invitation to attend to a birthday party of General CBI at his farm. And then he told him that I declined on excuse that I'm not well, because he told me that he has just attended a surgery. Then he said, I will tell him that I'm not going to attend because I'm not well. And then he told me that he knew that at the back of his mind, he knew that he wanted to be at the party so that he can give progress feedback on the Ahmad Swart case. Then he said he didn't want to do it because he knew that General CBI didn't want it to brief the National Commissioner, but he wanted it to brief the other side. That is how he put it.
And what did you understand? Sorry, what did you understand by him saying to brief the other side? Who's the other side?
I understood it to say the other side is either the suspect or the group that he was telling me to say this suspect belongs to this group. Now he need to give that feedback to say this is the progress on the case, this is what is happening on the case, because he said General Sibia kept asking him to say, give me the feedback on this case. I need to know what is happening. Then at some point, General Shibiri says he told him to phone General Mbuso Kumalo, who is the head of detectives, for him to give him the briefing, because he would at the better space to know what was going on. Then, in the very same sentence, he tells me that he then could read that General Sibia was not happy about that response. And then General Shibir says he regretted having said that because he was where he is, he owed his rank to him because he had soon been promoted to his rank. He was new at the rank. Then he says, I've regretted because I could see that what it angered him. I didn't want to make him angry because I owe my promotion to him. That was his exact words.
Okay, can we just go back, because you've skipped a paragraph, can we go to paragraph 94?
Yes.
Can you deal with what General Shabiri told you in the conversation that is set out in 94?
Paragraph 94 will have me mentioning names of individuals. Can I do that?
Yes, you may.
In paragraph 94, I think I was just omitting it with the concern of mentioning these people. He was now outlining. Can I just read it to a record, please?
You may read it into the record.
Just hold on.
Yes.
Witness A, just hold on a bit.
We want to discuss this further, so can you please move on so long?
Thank you, Chair. Okay, witness A, if we can then deal with paragraph 95 of your statement.
Will that mean that I'm no longer required to read paragraph 94 into the record, Commissioners?
For now, yes.
Okay, that is correct.
You
Then
may.
now, paragraph 95 deals of what the assessment of the call with General Shibiri was, what I understood it to be saying. And then it says, I think General Shibiri was telling me this to make me aware of the magnitude of the arrest that we had just made and the Swart matter case in its entirety, meaning the whole picture of things now. General Shibiri then went on to tell me about his own experience with cases that he was involved in. I felt that he was perhaps trying to distance himself from this case. In any event, General Shibiri then mentioned that he had received a call from General Sibia who wanted to be briefed. That is, I think now it will deal with what I've already mentioned that side.
You may
To
proceed.
be briefed. Sorry?
Sorry, you may proceed.
Yes, to be briefed on General Shibiri that if he wanted to report speedily that he should call to General Mbuso Khumalo for such a briefing. General Shibiri said he could tell that General Shibiri was not happy with his response, and General Shibiri now regretted that he responded in that manner because he owed his promotion to General Sibia. General Shibiri also said that he knew that General Shibiri did not want the information for the National Commissioner, meaning he did not want the information in order for him to brief the National Commissioner, but rather for the other side, to saying now he was going to be briefing the side of the suspect. I understood this to mean that General Sibia wanted information on SWAT murder investigation for the accused person, not for the National Commissioner as an official report.
Okay, you may continue with paragraph 96.
He then told us that we needed to be careful because the people that we were dealing with are heartless. They will never allow us to relax. He mentioned that there was a senior officer that he refers to as a homeboy that is not even based at the provincial level, but he is at the district level, but he wanted to know what was happening about this case and particularly the bail of Muli. And then he said that thing is making him angry. And then by the province, he was not mentioning Gauteng province, but he was mentioning the structure of the police, that you will have levels. You will have the station level, the district level, the provincial level, and then you will have the national level. Now, he says, as far as he understood, this case was investigated at the provincial level, but here he's having a person, this senior police officer who is based at the district level, but wanted to be briefed on this matter, which he understood which he understood it not to be of his concern. Then he said he was not happy about that.
And who is the person that you think he was referring to?
I think he was referring to Brigadier Nkwashu, because it was him who was at the district level, and it was him who had shown interest in this case. And it was him that we were later to learn that he was directly connected to Kadiso Mulife. And it was him that we will later learn that he made to sneak into the prison to visit Kadiso Mulife and with his vehicle not fixed with the registration number. And it was him that was part of the party that I didn't attend. And it was him that I was informed by an informer that he was fighting with General Shibiri and the provisional commissioner to say they are no longer friends because he wanted to go out of his way to mangle in the investigation without considering the safety of the investigators. that is now the information that I was getting from the informer to say these three senior officers, they are fighting. They are no longer in talking terms because Brigadier Nkwashu is going out of his way to work with the suspect, even where he sees that the safety of the investigating officer will be compromised. He does not consider that. Then these two senior officers, it seems like at some point they tried to call him on that, but he just could not back down, and then they fought. This is what I understood General Shibiri to be saying to me on this call.
Thank you, Witness A. Could I ask you then to read paragraph 98?
Paragraph 98 reads as follows. Although I had my reservation about General Shibiri and his motives, and I still do, he consistently expressed a concern for our safety. I think he did this because he knew, and he said, he knew the people we were going after are heartless and were very well connected. That is now the suspect. I still do not know to this day whether General Shibiri is compromised in the sense that he is working for the syndicate or whether he felt so indebted to General Sibia for his promotion that he was acting on the instructions of General Sibia to see whether I and Witness B could be corrupted as a sign of gratitude to General Sibia for his role he played in his promotion. Now, this is the thoughts that were racing in my head to say, he felt concerned to say, guys, you actually need to look after yourself. You're doing a good job here, but there are people that are going out of their way to assist the criminals. And then I'm saying that Witness B can attest to this call because he was there when I was on the call with the general.
Thank you, Witness A. Then there's another topic which is at page 31, it starts at paragraph 99, which deals with an inmate, which you don't want to mention the name for safety reasons, but can you tell us what transpired? Okay,
Yes,
sorry, Witness A.
Witness A, yesterday you testify when you were testifying about your request for protection when the investigating team got concerned about your safety, and there was a discussion about why you did not ask General Shibiri to provide you with support, and I think this is after you couldn't find your immediate superior, Hopane. You remember that discussion, that conversation of your evidence?
Yes, I remember it correctly, Commissioner.
All right. Now, what you've just testified to, this telephone call from General Shibiri, in fact, rather, let me step back first and say, your explanation why you didn't call General Shibiri to get protection, you said, well, because he's in national and you are in province, so you had to go to your immediate superior and ended up seeking assistance elsewhere. You remember, is that a true, correct reflection of your testimony, summary rather, of your evidence yesterday? Yes. Now, in this telephone call with this telephone call from General Shibiri and the kind of discussion that happens there, is it regular that a general at national would call you to discuss in this way, that there was a discussion where he speaks about another general, in this case General Sibia, and the kind of discussion, the case discussion, and to tell you about people being connected to other people, as you say. Is this regular, considering that this is a general at national, is not your direct superior?
It is really not regular. But now the call came in two forms. It started as a casual call. We'll say, now I'm coming out to you in this fashion. I'm telling you the problems that I'm facing in my health. Sympathize with me. And then this will be just a normal call to say, this is how I'm feeling. And then he is now a person who understands the situation that I'm facing. Then he's also asking, how are you guys doing that side? And then the calls now turns. It involves the case now to say, we're talking about the case now, but when it started as just a friendly, casual call to say, how are you doing today? This is how I am doing today. Let's talk about that. And then it changes. So I would say I didn't see it wrong when he was telling me that he is sickly, he's not feeling well. There was nothing wrong about that. And then he's asking me how I'm feeling, because he knew the situation that we are in, that we've reported to him when we started with the project. I also didn't feel anything odd about that. But now when he came to say, this is what is happening now, I'm getting this call, it was, to me, it sounded as a cry for help, to say, I'm tangled into this thing now, and then I am forced to do these things, and I don't want to do it because I know it is wrong. There's also this person that I refer to as a homeboy, and then here is he is now doing this, because he went on to say, other people, you cannot even trust them. They are your homeboys, but yet they do this to you. So to me, it felt to say, this is where I am now. How do I go about this? But at the same time, I was not at a position to be able to assist. It was just for me to hear him out, understand the situation he was in at that time, if really was that situation, and then analyze the situation that he's giving me, because now he's painting the whole picture to say, these people are connected to those people, and he was mentioning real big names as per paragraph 94.
Did you understand him? Did you not understand him as requiring you to assist him by providing him with the information that is being sought from him? Did you understand
Yes,
that to be the purpose of his call to you?
I thought that I understood the purpose of his call to me to be saying, I am in this situation, I do not want to be in this situation anymore, because now I'm required to be constantly giving this information, and I know this information that I'm going to be giving is not for a good cause. that is one hand of the way I understood him. At the same time, I couldn't understand if maybe he wanted me to provide him with information still. I was just caught in between.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Witness A. We were going to start with the topic of Lucky. Let me just see. No, sorry. We were on page 31, and you were going to speak about an inmate.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Or before that, you are referring to the inmate Lucky Buthelezi. I'm sorry.
We're referring to an inmate, yes, to an inmate.
Before you get to that, let me take you back to paragraph 94. That's the one where you asked whether you should mention the names. Just read the paragraph into the record, please.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now, this paragraph emanated from the call with the General. In this paragraph 94, it will go like this. During the call with General Shibiri, he told me that Molefe was part of a group of 5 individuals with interest in mining in the Northwest province, and that one of those guys belongs to a group of Abomswazi, Nabom Tagati. That is him saying the names now. He also said another guy is a Zulu guy, he's a tall guy, now describing him to me. He's known as Z, who stays in Santin, who I understood to him to be Z Numano. He said Z is a close friend of Julius Malema, who is a politician, who then tends to be close to General Sibia. So he was connecting the person that we arrested to Z, and then Z to Julius Malema, and then Julius Malema, who is friend to General Sibia, the Deputy National Commissioner. Now he's painting a picture to me that I do not know, to now be aware that this is how the chain goes.
Thank you, Witness A. Can we go to page 32?
Perhaps before you do that, the Witness A, in that you referred, in quotes you have Abom Swazi, from what you've read, Nabom Takat. The Abom Swazi, is it the same that the Mswazi that was mentioned, you mentioned yesterday in your evidence?
Yes, there will be now the cartel.
And then Bom Tagati?
It's also the member of the cartel.
Is it the same cartel or different? They're all in the same cartel?
The same cartel, yes.
Okay. And then this Ngumalo, is there any significance to him that General Shibiri would have mentioned him to you? Who is he? Is he in any way significant?
I don't really know a lot about him, but as we investigate, we find him, his name pops up here and there, but there is nothing that really I have about him as such. Other than that, General Shibiri was telling me now to say how the chain is connected, to say this puzzle also has him in.
Thank you. I won't ask you who is Julius Malema, I think. Thank you, Witness A.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you,
Advocate
Commissioner.
Siegels, I think you were on paragraph 99 at page 31, if you can pick it up from
Yes.
there.
Can
with
you-
the caution that you
Yes.
mentioned earlier.
Can you just deal with paragraph 99?
Paragraph 99 will be the paragraph when we were doing our investigation, having arrested Katiso Mulife. Now we're getting calls from all different directions. And the one significant call that we received, it came to witness B. I think she will expand more on it, to say there is an inmate where Tau had been incarcerated before he was moved to a different prison, and where Mulife was incarcerated as well, that said he needed to desperately meet with the investigating team. He had information to give to the team.
Can you, I know you say that witness B is going to deal with that, but can you say briefly what it is that he discussed during the consultations?
Yes, when we visited him for the first time, he told us that he had access to Michael Puleta when he was in prison. And then as soon as Katiso Mlife was arrested, he also had access to him. Actually, he said, on the day when we arrested him, on that, because he was detained the early hours of the Saturday, the following day from the day when we were doing operation, he said he got a call from Pule, Michael Pule, who called from a different prison, calling him to say Katiso is arrested, possibly will be brought there. And then he said, when Katiso came to this prison now, he welcomed him in. And then that is when now he got information. But he said he actually wanted to meet us even before Katiso was admitted in that prison, because he had information that was very sensitive that was given to him, or that was made available to him by Katiso Mulife, to say that there was a plan to kill the investigating team, which will be witness B and myself. Then he gave the fine details as to how that operation was going to be conducted and who was going to fund it. It was actually Mulife, Katiso Mulife, who was going to fund it, and he also gave the figures as how much was going to be paid for who. And then I think that will be dealt in detail by witness B.
Thank you, witness A. I want to rather deal with it chronologically, because your statement is not chronological. You end in December when you met with the inmate, and then you go on to another topic. But there was another operation ongoing, and maybe we can deal with that first, which is on page 39, which relates to Vusi Musi Kat Matlala. Can you just tell us what your involvement, who's Vusi Musi Kat Matlala, and what was your involvement in his arrest on the 14th of May 2025?
Vusmus Matlala was an individual that was now arrested on a different case. It will be noted that on all this evidence that I had given, we were dealing mainly with the case or cases that had to do with the murder of Mr. Armand Swart in Vereeniging. But now Vusimuzi, Kat Matlala was on a different case which will be sent in case 436 of 10/2023. The case is an attempted murder case, and then it involves two of the people of the suspect that were arrested previously in Vereeniging matter.
Who are they?
It will be Musa Kekane and Floyd Diego Deni Mabusela. That is actually how we had to be able to arrest Kat, as he is called, Vusi Matlala. This docket was investigated at the station by the station, but now for a fact that it was including our suspect, which is these two that I've just mentioned, Musa Kekana and Floyd Denima Busela, we thought that we need to take the docket and look into it. And actually, when we took it, it was struck off roll, it was withdrawn. They were no longer going to court with it. Then we needed to take the docket, look at it, and see if we can be able to bring it back to life by way of taking it back to court. And then that is what we did. We discussed with the prosecutor, having read the docket, and asked what was the problem here? Why was the docket struck out of the court roll? And then we were told to say, oh, this is what happened. And then we communicated with the investigating officer, who I would say was very cooperative in his investigation, to say, okay, this is how I went with the docket, this is where I struggled. And then we took the docket, we started investigating, and then we brought these two people back into the courtroom by means of summons, or J175 as we will call them. And then when we read through the docket, we will see that now there is a person, or maybe I will just mention that the charge on this docket is an attempted murder of the people that were driving in a BMW that were attacked at night when they came from a certain place, a restaurant. So the charge will be attempted murder. But now we could see when we read through the docket and did our further investigation to say the hit organizer or the hit orderer was this Vush Ket Matlala, that now we needed to see if we can be able to link him properly to the case. And then this takedown of the 14 May came about what I've just mentioned. We applied for his arrest, for his arrest, warrant of arrest in the form of a J50, and it was authorized. And then on the 14th of May, we arrested him.
And were you part of the team?
Sorry, Commissioner?
Were you part of the team that arrested him?
I was part of the team that arrested him, correct, Commissioner.
What was your role?
My role there was an arresting officer. Yes, and then I did that in assistance with the colleagues that I was working with him in terms of interviewing him and charging him later on.
And was anything seized from him?
Yes, when we arrested him, we found him with his personal firearm, the licensed firearm, and 2 cell phones that were seized from him. And then they were confiscated and put into the SABC as well as exhibits.
Okay.
And then
Continue.
at the scene of where he was arrested, we also requested him to consent to the seizure of the phones first, and to us to be able to access the phones. And then he did verbally consent, and then he also signed the consent form to that regard.
And then, Witness A, you earlier in your testimony said that you would also deal with links related to the murders of Opa John Sefoka and Walter Mokwena and Sandile Mjeza, insofar as it relates to Mr. Molefe. You don't deal with it in your statement. Are you able to deal with it at this stage?
I think maybe most part of that will be dealt with mostly by witness B. But what I can say about that is that we also effected an arrest in terms of the case whereby Tatiso Molefe, Michael Puletau, Museke Kane,
Oh, your signal is very bad, Witness A. Are you? We've lost you.
And they were arrested.
Witness A, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you just repeat what you said about the suspects? You said Katiso Molefe. Continue. No, we can't hear you, Witness.
Should we adjourn and see if the
I would be
connection
indebted to you,
cannot get
Commissioner.
better? Let us adjourn.
established connectivity. We're good to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Witness A, are you there?
Yes, Commissioners, I am here.
Thank you. Is there anything else that I think you were still addressing the issue of Kat Matlala, Molefe, insofar as the 2022 murders are concerned. And we lost you, so I can't even tell you. And I know you were talking about the suspects and in relation what the murders related to or the charges related to, but could you just repeat that part about the charges and then continue from there, please?
Oh, yes, I was saying the brief that I can say is that they were also charged on the Santin case. It will be Santin case 398. But I said then witness B will elaborate more further on it. That is now the charge where a murder case where they were linked. All four of them. They are in Verenigen Swart murder case, and then they are appearing on this one. As I said, and then may I please not deal with a lot of details because I do not have them before me.
That's fine. Can I just understand when you say with this one, what is Santa 98? No, witness A, we're having an issue with your signal again. We might.
Let's take an adjournment and come back at 1:45.
Thank
Let's
you, Chair.
adjourn.
Trust you had a good lunch. We are ready to start. Thank you. And please make sure your cell phones are off. Thank you.
Ms. Siegels-Ncube, I
Thank-
trust that connectivity has improved now.
We trust so too, Chair. Witness A, are you there?
Thank you.
Yes, Chair, I am here.
Thank you. Witness A, the next topic in the chronological timeline that we were dealing with, the SWART investigation, is Mr. Molefe's appeal, bail. Can you just go to page 32, and it starts at paragraph 101, and let me know when you're there.
I am the Commissioner.
So we know that Mr. Molefe was arrested on the 6th of December, and then his first appearance was on the 9th of December. Do you recall when he had applied for bail?
I see here that on the 9th of December, he was at court. Then the legal team indicated that they would apply for bail to the prosecutor. I think then the case was remanded to the 13th of December for such.
Okay, and do you know? Please go ahead.
And then on the 13th of December, if I can just read that into the record. However, on the 13th of December 2024, the matter was postponed at Molefe's request. The magistrate noted that the matter will be postponed to the 21st of January 2025, which was then now the year that was to follow, because Molefe's legal representative had to validate and verify information because Molefe must show exceptional circumstances that exist for him to be granted bail as he was charged on a Schedule 6 offense.
And can I just understand what is the Schedule 6 offense that he was charged with? I know there's murder, but is there an aggravating circumstance attached to that murder for it to be Schedule 6?
He was charged with murder that was of aggravating circumstances and what will be also termed as premeditated, in a sense that it was a pre-planned murder where extreme force was also used in terms of going back to the crime scene, what it was described of Mr. Ahmad Swart.
Okay, you can continue to
So-
complete that sentence. Oh, please continue.
So, in as such, we were advised by the prosecutor that was doing the case. It would be up to him to satisfy the court that he prohibited or he exhibited the circumstances that will allow him, or that will be exceptional to the court, for him to be granted bail.
Okay. Do you want to continue with 103, the last sentence? The matter was?
The matter was then accordingly postponed to the 21st of January 2025, but the bail application was not heard on that day. It was set down for 20th of February 2025. Then
And-
on the, yes, commissioners.
Please proceed.
Then on the 20th of February 2025, yet again, Mlife's representatives, the legal team, sought further postponement. The date was then arranged for the 24th of February 2025. The postponement was occasioned by Mlife having sight of the investigators' affidavit that was opposing the bail for Mlife.
When you say
And
the
some-
Molefe had sight of the investigator's affidavit, are you referring to witness B's affidavit opposing bail?
That is correct.
Yes. Okay.
They had seen the affidavit, and then in that affidavit, if I will remember correctly, they were surprised by the investigating team or the information that was seen in the affidavit that the investigating officer, which is witness B, was actually aware of his arrest that had occurred in the UK. And then I should also just mention that when they came to court, initially they did not disclose to the court that he had a previous conviction outside the boundaries of the country. And then we believed that maybe they thought we won't be able to trace it because the SAPS is not connected directly to the systems of other countries. They thought it will be difficult for us to trace his previous conviction unless it was them who disclosed it to us, which is what they did not. Because sometimes it is the questions that you ask from the witness to say, do you have this? What is your condition in terms of him applying bail? And then there will be where the onus will be upon him to disclose either to the court directly or through the investigating officer to say, I also need to disclose this to you that I was arrested for this, or I have a pending case that is going on at a certain court that you are not aware of. I just need you to know that there is this. In this instance, he did not do that. But we had our ways to investigate that using the agencies that are able to communicate with other law agencies that are outside the country that provided with information that was very accurate, which we then brought it to the attention of the court.
And what was that conviction in relation to?
This conviction was in relation with the fact that he was found in possession of a daga, which is cannabis, and then he was arrested in the UK laws that prohibited the dealing in cannabis. And then I think it extended to him being found to be in possession of a certain caliber of a firearm that it was also prohibited in the United Kingdom at that time. So the legal team struggled with that information to say, it was not disclosed to the court. Actually, it was the prosecutor that brought it up with the magistrate but the applicant did not disclose this to the court. And then they worked up a plan to say he had just changed the legal representative. And then they said the first legal representative that he was using or he was utilizing knew that. So they thought, they were of the belief that he had already disclosed it to the court, which was not the case. And then they went as far as obtaining an affidavit from that particular representative to support the claim of the new legal defender of his.
You also mentioned in your affidavit at 104 in dealing with that conviction that there was a passport involved. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, we also could detect that there was a passport that he used in order to travel to United Kingdoms, and then it was also seen that that passport was fake. It was fake in a sense that it depicted the wrong names. It mentioned him as a Libita David Tebucho. Libita will be the same name, so it will be David Tebucho Libita, with a different date of birth from that that is having. And then we asked him that, is he a Lesotho national? Then he told us no, he was born in South Africa. He had never been, he's not a Lesotho national. So it means that he used this document, a travel document, fraudulently to travel to United States at that time. And then it was an issue for him to say, if you can be able to fake the travel between nations or between countries, these two countries, it will mean that now you don't qualify to be granted bail. That is now an argument that is made by the prosecutor to the magistrate.
And were you present during the bail proceedings, the first bail proceedings?
Yes, I was present.
And in paragraph 105, can you perhaps just read that into the record?
Yes, Commissioners. Paragraph 105 will read as follows. On the 24th of February 2025. 2025, my apology. I'm seeing there it says 5 and 24 March 2025. The bail application was finally heard before Magistrate Morton in Vereeniging. On the 2nd of April 2025, the magistrate dismissed Mulife's bail application. The bail proceedings before Magistrate Martin in the Vereeniging Court and magistrate's bail verdict are contained in the exhibit bundle that is accompanying my statement.
Thank you, Witness A. Commissioners, just for the record, the transcript of the first bail proceedings is in Exhibit CJC. It's 4.1 from page 1 to 235. And then the bail verdict that the witness referred to is CJC 4.2, which is from page 236 to 254. Witness A, your next topic deals with the Molefe bail appeal. Can you just tell us in terms of paragraph 106, we're starting at paragraph 106, Firstly, were you involved at all in the bail appeal, and what was your involvement?
Yes, maybe with the permission of the commissioner, could I just mention to the attitude of the arrested person now, the applicant on the 105 in the paragraph
Yes.
on the day when his bail was denied by the court. He seems to be very angry because I was part of the team that was transporting him, or that was booking him in to the facility where he was held. He told me personally that he is not happy with the system because when he slept the previous night, he was assured that he's going to get bail. And then he went on to say he also knows that there were people who went and met with the magistrate that was going to conduct his bail judgment at 3 a.m. of the day, which is why the bail judgment was then tainted against him. And then I said, but now how do you know all that? Then he said, all this will be dealt with during his trial. But he was very aggrieved about that. And then he went on to make other claims to say he knows that we're being funded from outside the police by people who are funding this whole operation against him. But those were the claims that he will occasionally make to say, I know that you guys are being funded by people to work on me because of that they are my enemies in whatever business that they are doing. This cannot be the police operation. So on that day, he was actually a very angry person. And then I assured him to say, as far as I will understand things on the side that I was standing, is that we are working on a normal police operation. And then it kind of extended to say even his arrest, the murder, the investigation into the murder of Swart is a planned thing to take him down. Then I told him to say, on our side, if it was not for him, or if it was not for the Tao and the other two guys having gone to execute that murder, or having gone to shoot and kill that murder, we wouldn't have met. I wouldn't have known that he existed. So there is no way that I could be personal with him, or there is no way that the team could be personal with him. So the only thing that made us to know him or to be connected to him is that now there was a case that we went and took over and worked, and then that case led us to him. Then he said even that it was a plan by the certain generals that are working against him. Then I told him that what he needs to understand is that when we started on this investigation of arresting the Taus and them, there wasn't even a case that was existing on the system. The case was not even registered. It was a new case that just randomly happened, then we found ourselves to be dealing with. It's not like it was a case to say, please come work on this case, this will be your suspect, you will have to arrest him and work on him like this. So everything happened naturally and randomly. But he didn't understand all that, but that was his conspiracies. Thank you, Chess.
Thank you, Witness A. Can you then proceed with the bail appeal? I had asked you what was your involvement in the bail appeal process, if any?
Actually, there was nothing that I had in a bail appeal process as my involvement, because we had already done our investigation previously in his bail that was not granted, and then the case was then transferred to Pretoria, or I would say his bail was going to be held in Pretoria, which will then mean that it was going to be done by a different prosecutor other than the prosecutor that was doing it at the regional court, the lower court in Vereeniging. It means now witness B and myself, we had a duty to go and meet with the prosecutor that was going to conduct bail on this accused person. Then the only role that I played was to go and have a meeting with him. I think it was on 2 occasions, just to make him familiar with what is happening in this case. What is Katiso charged for? Who is he charged with, even though they were not applying for bail, and the nature of the cases that are falling under the Vereeniging case, as I mentioned when I started yesterday, and to also give a little background to him that there is a case where Molefe is not arrested, but that we believe that it is actually the case that led to have Ahmad Swart killed, which is now the case of fraud and corruption at Transnet in Johannesburg. And then we also gave him a little background of that case and also gave him an actual docket, as to say, maybe for him to understand how this matter of Ahmad Swart, he will have to read this docket against each other. But now he said he doesn't actually have time to read through these thick dockets, because the one that we were bringing then, it was also a thick docket on its own. And then this one of Mr. Ahmad Swart matter, it was also a very thick docket. Then he said he will concentrate on this, and then if he need any other information, then he would liaise more, especially with witness B, who had more information on the murder case docket.
Thank you, Witness A. Commissioners, the notice of appeal that's referenced in paragraph 106 is CJC 4.3 of the exhibit bundle, which can be found at page 255 to 263. Witness A, you are now on page 34 of your statement at 108, where you deal with the bail appeal hearing. Can you take us through that, please?
Yes, this day now was the day which was given to us by the prosecutor that was dealing with the appeal. Then he told us that the appeal will be held in Pretoria High Court. Then he gave us the courtroom number, and then he asked if we would like to attend the court. Then we did. But maybe I just should mention that prior to this bail, we had already received information from informers and sources to say Katiso Molefe will get bail. They went as far as giving the figures as to how much he's going to pay for his way. But now that information will be dealt with more by witness B. What I just wanted to highlight here is that at the back of our mind, when we went to the courtroom, we already knew that this is what has been said to us. And then we didn't know if it was going to transpire the way they said it, or not. We also raised it with our commanders to say, this is the information that we received as a team, to say, this man is going to get bail. And then this is how much he paid for his bail. I'm not paying now bail money. I'm saying paying the process of him to be giving bail against all odds, which then was talking to corruption from the system. We didn't understand exactly if this system was going to be in the judiciary, like the justice system, or the NPA, because we're now dealing with the NPA. We just started trying to establish a relationship with the new NPA personnel, the prosecutor. We didn't understand him that much. Is it him who is going to receive this, or is it going to be the judge? We didn't even know the judge. But now we were told that this is what is going to happen, and then this is the figure that is going to be paid for him to get bail. Not the figure to say this is how much that you need to pay for you to get bail, but this is what you will have to pay for you to get to be admitted to bail, if I'm making it clear to the Commissioner.
I'm sorry. I know you're still going to come to it, but was the figure eventually, or at which bail was eventually fixed, the figure that you had been told by this person?
Yes, the figure that this is what I'm trying to elaborate on, Chair. The figure that I'm talking about here, it's not the figure that is going to be fixed to say he's going to be granted bail at an amount of maybe 1,000 rand. No, but it is the figure to say you pay me this much so that I can give you bail at a region of 100,000 rand, for an example. So this is the figure that was given to us to say he is going to pay 2.5 million for him to be granted bail.
Witness A, can I ask you about the bail appeal hearing that you deal with? So you've dealt with other issues, but can you deal with the bail appeal?
Yes, the bail appeal, as I say, we attended to it with witness B. As much as I would not be an expert in law, but with the experience as a detective, I have attended a lot of bail applications. And then you could hear halfway through the bail hearing to hear that is it going to be in favor of the accused person, or it is going to be in favor of the police. Then on this one, it was like it was pre-concluded before it started that he's going to get bail on that particular day. And then this was now the conduct of the presiding officer that was conducting bail, or was presiding on the proceedings of the day.
Witness A.
Now,
please proceed.
Yes. Now on this, maybe it will be just my feeling or my understanding of the things as they were turning out, that, or they were playing themselves out, or maybe it was because of the information that we already had received on the days leading up to this bail appeal. But when we sat there, we also even called the office, our commanders, and said and asked to be excused because we couldn't bear listening to what was going on in the bail hearing. It was traumatizing. It was a bad experience. But now we were told to say, if you leave that room, who is going to give feedback to us to say this was the mood on the room? the commanders said, we know that we will get the bail judgment as in the form of a written bail judgment, but we wouldn't be able to know what was the mood and what was the attitude of the court officers, if I might call them that, during the proceedings, and then we were requested to sit through the bail hearing, which we did.
Witness A, what were your observations that made you upset?
My observation, in one of my few observations that I took note of, was that the judge was not really willing to listen to the submissions of the prosecutor, but he was interested to listen more to the submissions of the defense, in as far as even assisting the defense where they were making the submissions, to make an extension of the submissions.
What are you referring to, Witness A? We do have the transcript of the proceedings for the benefit of the commissioners. That is CJC 4.5, and it is from 290 to 353.
Yes, there is somewhere where the judge, without having maybe informed by the defense, to say the applicant has already handed over the passport or his travel document to the investigating officer, but he just took it upon himself to say Mulife had already done that, hasn't he?
Witness A, when you say he had handed his passport over to the investigating officer, what are you referring to? When did this occur?
I think the travel document, the passport, was handed to witness B when he was applying for his bail at the lower court in Vereeniging, if I am correct.
And what is it that you were saying about the passport?
The judge asked the applicant's lawyer to say, why did he give the travel document to the investigating officers?
But what do you make of that? Isn't that something that would form part of bail proceedings or a bail appeal, to be asked if the passport has been handed in?
Yes, but it was now, to me, I understood that, maybe can I just, please, with the permission of the Commission, read paragraph 108 into the record.
Yes, you may.
Yes, it goes as follows. The judge asked Mlife's counsel why Mlife gave his passport to the investigating officer upon his arrest. In response, Mlife's counsel said that by giving the passport, Mlife was indicating that he cannot leave the country. The judge, in response, asked Mlife's counsel if she is saying by this that Mlife is playing open cards. Now, that was now the extension of the judge, as far as I could understand, to say your submission to court need to extend to say my client is playing open cards to the police. But this is not what the defense was saying. It was the assistance from the judge to say, do you mean, or are you telling this court that your client was exhibiting that he's playing open cards to the investigating officer that I am not going to leave.
Okay, you may continue, witness A. Oh,
And
yes.
however, this was an exchange initiated by the judge, not the counsel, as I have just mentioned. What the judge did not take into account is that Mulife is known to travel with a false travel document. It should not matter that this was done 20 years ago, especially since he is now facing a very serious charge of murder. He actually, if I remember correctly, turned his attention to the prosecutor and say, the fact that this applicant used a fake or wrong travel document to travel to a foreign country, what value can I make of it in this application? Now, to me, that was I understood not to be proper.
Why do you
And
say
then
that?
towards,
Oh, sorry, continue, witness A.
then I'm reading now 108.2 to the record. Towards the
Maybe
end of the submissions, the
Witness
judge
A.
asked
Sorry,
Mulife's
witness A.
counsel.
Witness
Witness A,
there's a
before you do that, I think Miss Sigals-Ncube, for completeness, it might be that you have to refer the witness, or the witness should refer us to where this exchange happens in the transcript, because for someone who doesn't see that transcript, what is written in 108.1 can easily be understood as this is information the appeal judge had from an unknown source, and then he raises it. So I think we do need the context. Was this in the papers, in the bail application, this issue about the passport having been handed in, and maybe try and do that as much as possible with the rest of the complaints with reference to the transcript.
I will do that, Commissioner Baloy. Insofar as, should I start with what was on 10?
Yes, I think so.
That exchange happens at page 329.
This is Annexure CJC 4.5.
4.5.
You say page?
329.
Yes.
I just want to confirm with the witness that he's referring to the incident about the 20-year lapse in Mr. Molefe having used false documents. Is that the one you're referring to, witness A?
Will you please repeat the question for me? I didn't get it correctly.
You were saying that the judge asked how much weight should he attach, or what value, you used the word value, he should attach to the fact that Mr. Molefe had been found with a false passport 20 years ago.
Yes, and then I'm asking now, what is the question?
No, I was asking if that is what you were referring to earlier, that exchange.
Oh, yes.
Just so that we can find it in the transcript.
Oh, yes, correct. Sorry that I was not understanding the question.
No,
That is
that's fine.
correct.
Then that exchange is at page 329. And it starts with the court at line 18. A witness, A, can you go to page 329 of the CJC4 bundle?
Yes, Commissioners, I'm on it.
Let me ask my question of the witness. Witness A, in that 108.1, where you say the judge asked Molefe's counsel why Molefe gave his passport to the investigating officer upon arrest. My question is, was there evidence in the record, in the appeal court, that Mr. Molefe gave his passport to the investigating officer? Was there such evidence?
I think as far as I would know how this case was going, I would say yes, we were in possession of the travel document. But as for that being evidence to say this is when it was given and things like that, I don't think we had it. I don't know if I follow correctly, Commissioner.
Yes. What I'm asking is, when the judge asks, as you say in that paragraph, when the judge asks Mr. Molefe's counsel why Molefe gave his passport to the investigating officer upon his arrest, what I'm asking is, was there, before the judge, was there facts or a statement in an affidavit that says, that records that Mr. Molefe gave his passport to the investigating officer upon arrest? Was that information before the judge?
I wouldn't know if the judge had that as information in his disposal.
All right.
Or maybe he just had, as the arguments were made between the prosecutor and the defense lawyer of Molefe. I really cannot pronounce much on that, Commissioners.
All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Baloyi, we'll check the first bail proceedings to see if it was, but witness B would be in a better position because she deposed to the affidavits in there, but we'll check that and get back to you.
Thank you, Mrs. Bill.
Witness A, you then, I think you've dealt with 108.1 and you were then getting to 108.2. Do you want to read that as well, or do you want to explain what you meant by 108.2?
I would request maybe to read it out to the Commission. Then it goes as follows. It says, towards the end of the submission, the judge asked Molefe's counsel what she wanted the judge to do in light of her submissions. Molefe's counsel indicated that she would like the bail to be set at 50,000 rands, 200,000 rand. She then proposed that the judge may make an additional order, since the state already has Molefe's passport, that he may not go out, he may not go within 3 kilometers of an airport, or a point of entry will be an airport, or exit the country. She even goes as far as to say or to propose that Molefe may even be ordered to stay in Gauteng or at his house, or be put in the on house arrest. Then on 108.2.1, the judge said, but Molefe stays in Gauteng and has a project in the Free State and also a child in KZN. Then Molefe's counsel indicated to the judge that the child should not be an issue because the child can travel to Molefe. Then the judge also made a follow-up point to say says that Molefe has a girlfriend in KZN and they have been together for 20 years, to which Molefe's counsel responded that the girlfriend stays permanent in KZN with the child. The judge continues to say that he hears Molefe's counsel's point, but the point that he is making is that granting bail should not be a punishment.
Commissioners, that exchange appears from page 321 of CJC 4, from line 15, where the court says, yes, what do you want me to do? Is it? Sorry, 321. 320. My apologies.
Ms. Sikasnube, perhaps you also want us to note or to refer us to page 320 right at the bottom, where Ms. van der Heer first, where she proposes the bail amount, which is what the witness has already just spoken to.
Yes, correct, Commissioner Baloy. The exchange starts on page 320 from line 15, and then it continues over the next 3 pages. In fact, 5 pages, I think.
Just, Witness A, as I understand, the child being referred to here is a 17-year-old. It's not a small child. Is that correct?
That would be correct, Your Worship.
You may proceed, Witness A.
And then
You were at 108.2.3, starting there.
yes, and then the judge then asked whether freedom of movement should be interfered with. And then I must admit I was quite taken aback by this statement. Molefe's counsel capitalized on this opportunity to submit that no conditions should be imposed to Molefe's movement. And on 108.3, the judge then asked about a condition of reporting at the police station. Molefe's counsel stated that it was an additional burden on the police station, but that is a condition that her client Molefe would be willing to adhere to.
For the benefit of the commissioners, that exchange is at page 323. From the line that starts, court, should freedom of movement be interfered with?
I guess for completeness, so should freedom of movement be interfered with, you find at line 5?
Yes, at line 5.
3. And maybe for completeness, the witness should read Ms. van der Heer's response.
Witness A, did you hear that? Do you have page
Yes,
323?
Yes, I did. I did hear it, Commissioner, but I was just looking at the lawyer's response where I needed to read from.
It starts, Ms. van der Heer, so it's line 6.
But I mean, in which bundle?
Oh,
Is it
in
on the
page-
update bundle on my statement?
No, in the bail bundle, page 323.
323, yes. I'm on page 323.
Yes, do you see where the court says, should freedom of movement be interfered with?
Yes, I see that, Commissioners.
Yes. Commissioner Baloy's asked for you for completeness to read Ms. van der Heever's response.
And then the defense for the applicant said, so, my lord, I would submit no. I think so let me start there. I would submit that there is no reason to interfere with his movement because it is shown during the 8 months between the commission of the crime and the actual arrest that even when he traveled, he returned to his house. So there should not be. But in the event, for instance, that your lordship does have potentially think I should consider imposing certain conditions, I submit that your lord can.
Thank you, Witness A. Do you want to now deal with 108.3? Oh,
Yes. Then on 108.3, the judge
Sorry.
then
oh,
asked
sorry. I
about
think
the
I'm
conditions.
sorry, Witness A. I think I'm misdirecting you.
And I think maybe just for the record, Witness A, the exchange you referred to in 108.2.1 to point 3, we find that on page 322
It will be in page
of the transcript.
320.
Can you just go there and confirm for us on page 322? Maybe starting from line 10 to 25. You don't have to read it out, you can just confirm it.
Yes, I'm on the page.
Can you just confirm it for us that where in your statement from 108.2.1 to point 3, you refer to what the judge said that is set out in 322 of the bail bundle?
Oh, yes, commissioners. I think now I'm getting lost between these two documents because I need to refer to this one and go to that one, and actually I'm not really used to it. I get lost in between. But I hear what the commissioner is asking me to do. But I cannot really relate the lines from this document to the lines on this other document.
I think if I may try to be of assistance, Witness A, you in your statement in paragraphs in paragraph 108, all of it, 108, 108.1.2, 0.2.1, 0.2.2, 0.2.3, you're recording issues that happened or exchanges in court that happened that have caused you concern, right?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Yes. So I think what we are seeking to do for purposes of the record at least, it's to ensure that in the transcript, in the bail transcript itself, these concerns that you have recorded in your statements, we can relate them to what is in the transcript. So if you look at that page 322 in the transcript, do you have that in front of you?
I do, Commissioner.
Yes. So in fact, go back to 3.2.1, 321, sorry, in that transcript.
I'm on it, Commissioner.
Okay. Now you will see there's a long paragraph right at the top, and then there's the next paragraph which starts with court in capital letters. You see that?
Yes, I do see that.
Okay. And then you go down, and then there's, in fact, the first is court, then there's Ms. van der Heefer, who was Mr. Molefe's representative, as we can see from this transcript. That's correct, right?
That is correct,
And then you have second court, and then you have second Ms. van der Heefer. You see that?
Yes, I do see that, just under 20.
Yes, and then, yes, just under 20. In fact, the second line after 20 is court, where the court says he has got a child in KZN. You see that?
Yes, I do see that, Commissioner.
And then Ms. van der Heefer says yes. And you see that?
Yes, I do see that.
And then the court says, so are you saying, and then there's a full stop. That's all it says in that line. You see that?
I do see that.
And then the last van der Heefer, Ms. van der Heefer says, no, the child, my lord, the child is not an issue. You see that?
That is correct. I do see that it will be the last sentence of...
The very last sentence. So what we are seeking to relate is in that last line. When you go back to your statement, paragraph 108.2.1, you speak about the child there in your statement now.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay. And in that statement, and this is where you're saying the judge raised issues that the representative was not concerned about, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So in 108.2.1 of your statement, you say, the judge said that, but Molefe stays in Gauteng and has a project in the Free State and also a child in KZN. And then you say Molefe's counsel indicated to the judge that the child should not be an issue because the child can travel to Molefe. It's that last line that you are referring to in the transcript, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, and then the next, go to page 322.
On page 322.
The very top says court, and then this is the judge asking, must he get permission? You see where I'm reading?
I do see it will be the first sentence.
And then the next one is Ms. van der Heefer says, I respectfully submit the child should not be an issue. The child can travel up. The only, and then it ends there. You see that sentence?
Yes.
So it is that exchange that you are complaining about, that even though, at least that's how I understand your statement, even though Ms. van der Heefer said the issue of the child living in another province was not an issue for Ms. van der Heefer, the judge raised it as a concern. That's the kind of, I'm understanding you to be registering that as one of the issues of concern that you're raising.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay. And then perhaps in the same vein, in that very same page, if you go to, and maybe let's go to your statement, 108.2.2, you say the judge then says that Molefe has a girlfriend in KZN and they've been together for 20 years. You see that?
I do see that,
okay.
Commissioner.
Now go to page 322 of the transcript.
I'm on it, Commissioner.
Okay. If you go from 1 to, so there's court, I just want you, don't count the line numbers. I just want you to look at where it says court and then Mrs. van der Heefer, right? We start with court right at the top, and then there's a second court as you go down. There's a third court.
Yes.
There's a fourth court just above the number 10.
Yes.
And then there's a third court, there's another court after Mrs. van der Heefer, just after 10. You see that?
Yes.
And then there's another court which starts, I am saying that I've read somewhere. You see that?
Yes, I do see that, Commissioner.
In the transcript. So it says, I'm saying I've read somewhere that the girlfriend stays stays at KZN. You see that?
I do see that, Commissioner.
Okay. So go back to your statement 108.2.2. You say the judge then says that Molefe has a girlfriend in KZN and they have been together for 20 years, right? You see that in your statement?
I do see it, Commissioner.
Okay. You confirm that that which is in your statement refers to what I've just read now in page 322 in the transcript.
That is correct.
Okay. It's that exchange that you are referencing.
That is the exchange that I am referring to, Commissioner.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Witness A. Ms. Eagles, you can take it from there.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. Do we then...
And thank you, Commissioner, for assistance in that regard.
Okay. Commissioner Baloy, do we then do from 108.2.3 or...
I think that's what Commissioner Khumalo was asking of you,
Okay.
so that the record reflects.
Okay, so perhaps you can then complete 108.2.2, the exchange in the transcript, not in your statement, which Commissioner Baloy had just referred to you, where the court says, I am saying that I have read somewhere that the girlfriend stays at KZN. Which part do you want him to read into the record?
Maybe just for completeness, it can start in line 19 on page 322 and end in line 5 on 323, because that would complete his paragraph 108.2.3 in the statement.
Thank you, Commissioner Khumalo. Did you hear that, Witness A?
Yes, I did hear that from Commissioner. So that will then mean that I'm studying from where the court says they have been staying together for 20 years.
Yes.
And then the legal representative says yes. So they have been together for 20 years, my lord. But she permanently stays in KZN with the child. Then the court says, yes, I hear the point. The point I am making is this. Granting bail should not be a punishment.
Continue.
And then the lawyer will say, no, my lord, and it should definitely not be. The case law is quite clear on that, and you still have a right to be presumed innocent until such time as you prove it guilty. Case law also says you cannot be incarcerated in anticipation.
Thank you, Witness A.
And then,
Thank you.
thank you.
So then if we then do, you go to your statement at page 35, paragraph 108.2.3.
Yes.
Are you in your statement now?
I'm on my statement now.
Okay. Perhaps you can then just read that again into the record, and then we'll do the exercise in the transcript.
The judge asked whether freedom of movement should be interfered with. I must admit I was quite taken aback by this statement. Molefe's counsel capitalized on this opportunity and submit that no condition should be imposed on Molefe's movement.
Okay. Now if you can go to the transcript at 323. Do you have it?
I do have it.
Where you see the first court. Can you read from there?
Yes. then now it is the court who is addressing the court or the proceedings. Should the freedom of movement be interfered with, then the lawyer say, so my lord, I would submit no. I think so let me start there. I would submit that there is no reason often to interfere with his movement because it is shown during the 8 months between the submission of the commission of the crime and the actual arrest that even when he traveled, he returned to his abode home. So there should not be. But in the event, for instance, that your lordship does have potentially think I should consider imposing certain conditions, I submit that your lordship can and have just given your lordship, and as have just given you your lordship. And that is the point I was trying to make. The kind of conditions that your lordship should impose, however, I think based on the conduct before, there is no reason to impose any condition in this particular matter. May it please the court. And then the court.
No, thank you, witness A. We'll then move to the next one on your statement now. At page 35 of your statement still, paragraph 108.3. And could you just move closer to your speaker because the sound quality has gone down a bit?
Yes, Commissioners.
Much better, thank you. So can you read 108.3 on page 35 of your statement?
There's 108.3 will read as follows. The judge then asked about a condition of reporting at the police station. Mulife's counsel stated that it was an additional burden on the police station, but that it is a condition that her client, that will be now, Tadiso Mulife, will be willing to adhere to. The judge also asked that it was in fact another burden because you may find that the investigating officer, which will now be witness B, is not there at the police station, but at least it could keep the investigating officer happy.
Then if you can go to the transcript, still on page 323, line 20, you see there's court, there's a number 20 and court next to it.
Yes, Commissioner.
Can you read that into the record?
It starts where the court says, and the reporting at the police station, which is a question.
Correct.
And then the lawyer will say, my lord, I always think it is just an additional burden that is placed on the police station for somebody to hold the book there and do it. But again, it is a condition that can be placed by the court, and my client I have consulted is quite willing to adhere to such a condition. Then the court said, in fact, it is another burden because you find the investigating officer is not there. And then the lawyer responded by saying, indeed, my lord. But at least, that is the court now, but at least that could keep the investigating officer happy.
Just read it just read it as it appears, witness A, not as you have it in your statement. So the court says, but at least that would keep the investigating officer, full stop, and then read Ms. van den Heever.
Ms. van der Heever now says it could keep the investigating officer happy. That is indeed so, my lord. And then the court asked, okay, anything further for now, then the lawyer says, yes, I have got no further submissions for now. And then
Okay.
the court, thank you very much, Mr. Mashile.
Thank you, Witness A. That's enough. Thank you. We can
Miss-
go.
Sorry, before you do that,
Thank you, Commissioner.
Ms. Siggles, perhaps for completeness again, but also context, you could get the witness to look at page 321 of the transcript from line 1, but in particular line 1, 2, 3, 4, sentence starting at line 4, but in
Thank
context
you.
of this last discussion.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. Witness A, if you can go to, first let's do it in your statement, page 34 of your statement.
Page 34 of my statement, let me just page through. Yes, I'm on page 34, Commissioners.
The last paragraph there, 108.2, can you read that into the record first?
Yes, towards the end of the submissions, the judge asked Mulife's counsel what she wanted the judge to do in light of her submissions. Mulife's counsel indicated that bail should be set at 50,000 rand to 100,000 rand. She then proposed that the judge may make an additional order, since the state already has Mulife's passport, that he may not go within 3 kilometers of a point of entry or exit the country. She even goes as far as to propose that Mr. Mulife may even be ordered to stay in Gauteng or at his house or be put under house arrest. That is the submissions by his legal counsel.
Thank you, Witness A. Then if you can go to the transcript from page 320.
From page 320.
Yes. And if you're on 320, if you can go to the court after line 20, after the number 20, there's court, the word court. If you can read from there.
Yes, I see it. Then it goes like this. In the light of your submissions, what do you want me to do? And then the legal counsel responds, my lord, I respectfully submit that your lordship can find that the appellant should be granted bail. I think it is placed on record that at that stage that he can pay a substantial amount of bail. The court can, of course, look at his assets and determine for itself. I think the offer at that stage, is made of 50,000 rand or 100,000 rand. And of course, your lordship is entitled. If your lordship is so inclined, they already have his passport to make an additional order. For instance, that he does not go within 3 kilometers of a point of entry or exit in the country. He stays in Gauteng or he stays at his house, your lordship. Can even go as far as to put him under house arrest.
Thank you, Witness A.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Now, if we can then go back to your statement at page 36 at 109.
Yes, I'm on page 36 at 109.
Can you read that into the record?
Then it reads as follows. In contrast, the exchange between the judge and Mr. Mashile was completely different from the outset of this argument, Mr. Mashile made it clear that Molefe had to prove that there are exceptional circumstances that justify his arrest in the interest of justice. The judge simply did not deal with this requirement. He persistently asked Mr. Mashile about what the judge considered to be areas of Magistrate Morton's bail verdict where he had misdirected himself, such as the magistrate stating that Molefe is a man of straw.
Thank you, Witness A. Then if we can go to the transcript at page 325. In fact, if we could start at page 324.
324, I am on page 324, Commissioners.
Yes. Could you read from just above line 20, where it's got the number 20, where Mr. Mashile starts?
Yes, Mr. Mashile is addressing the court, and then it goes as follows. And we stand by saying, and just want to elaborate and in the main respond to what was argued by my learned colleague, because at the time of drafting the heads as respondents, we do not have the benefit of what is in the heads of argument of the appellants. We only received some day or so ago. But that being said, in deciding the matter, the court in our submission should be alive of the fact that in bail applications and of course this nature, as it was common, or as it was common cause that falls within section 60 bracket 11 bracket A, the onus is on the appellant. Then the court responds on the balance of probabilities. And then Mr. Mashile also addresses the court on the balance of probabilities to prove that there are exceptional circumstances that justify his release in the interest of justice. Your Lordship will see and that we deal with all of those aspects in our heads of argument with regard to the personal circumstances of the accused, of the appellant. It may be so that they appear as they are on the affidavit. Then the court says, is he a man of straw, as the magistrate stated in his argument?
Thank
Then,
you, Witness.
Mr.
Thank
Mashile
you.
addresses the court.
Thank you, Witness
I will
A.
go to such extent.
No, thank you, Witness A. That was
Yes.
insofar as what you say in your statement is reflected in the transcript, or what you say is reflected in the transcript at 109. And that's
Yes,
what we
yes,
just...
Commissioners.
And then at 110 of your statement, page 36, can we go back there?
Yes, I'm on my statement 110 of page 36.
Yes.
And then it reads as follows. When Mr. Mashile submitted to the judge that Molefe's previous conduct of traveling with false document was relevant because it showed that he was capable of such conduct, especially now that he is facing a serious charge. The judge said that Molefe cannot create false documents alone and asked Mr. Mashile whether he was saying that the Department of Home Affairs is not competent.
Thank you, Witness A.
Thank you. Witness A, I want to take you back to paragraph 109 of your statement in line 4. So starting from line 2, you say from the outset of his argument, Mr. Mashile made it clear that Molefe had to prove that there are exceptional circumstances that justify his release in the interest of justice. And then the next sentence that follows is, the judge simply did not deal with this requirement. Are you saying there that the judge in his judgment did not deal with the requirement of exceptional circumstances? Or did not say what the exceptional circumstances were? What is the point you are making there?
I'm saying that the judge did not really exhibit the circumstances, the exceptional circumstances that need to be exhibited by the applicant to say he has given the exceptional circumstances to the satisfaction of the court, and these are the circumstances that the court is considering that will qualify him to be a candidate of bail in this regard.
Now, I need you to go to the judgment itself on page 363 of the
363
of the annexures bundle. Yes.
Yes.
Are you on page 363?
I'm getting to it, commissioners. Yes, I am on page 363, commissioners.
Yes. So in line 20, if you start from line 19, do you want to comment on that paragraph in its entirety? And then go to the next page, starting from line 8 to line 11. Just comment on those two paragraphs in their entirety, in light of the statement you make in paragraph 109.
Yes, this paragraph will start at, in my view, there are exceptional circumstances viewed in conjunction with his personal profile, on the basis of which the court should find that the applicant should be released on bail pending his trial in order to avoid excessive prejudice to the applicant. The learned magistrate, in my view, misdirected himself in determining whether exceptional circumstances exist or not, in that he disregarded that the applicant has assets and can therefore not afford to pay bail.
Yes, continue. Up to line 11.
Yes, Commissioner, I didn't get that.
Sorry, I'm saying you can continue reading until line 11 on that page.
Oh, yes. I am further of the view that to find that because the applicant has previous convictions of about 20 years ago, and that the applicant used a fraudulent passport, he should therefore be regarded as a flight risk. That, in my view, is a material misdirection. I find that there are exceptional circumstances justifying that the applicant should be released on bail, as some will be in the interest of justice for reasons that I have said above. Because of that, I make the following order.
Sorry, witness A, I think you can pause there because the judge then deals with the orders that are made. But
Yes.
Going back to your statement, I just wanted to understand your criticism of the judge. Are you saying the judge did not mention exceptional circumstances, or is your point that the judge did not say what those exceptional circumstances are?
I am saying he didn't really exhibit what those exceptional circumstances are in his addressing of the court.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. So, witness A, are you saying that the judge mentioned exceptional circumstances, but you don't know what those exceptional circumstances are when you read his judgment?
Yes, I'm saying, as far as I understood, he did mention that there are exceptional circumstances, but he didn't mention them expressly to say 1, 2, 3, 4, to whatever number. These are circumstances, the exceptional circumstances that are exhibited by the applicant that will.
Sorry, witness A, we're losing you again.
In turn,
Witness A?
qualify him to be the candidate.
Witness A, we're losing you again. Can you hear us?
Yes, yes.
Please.
Yes, Commissioners, am I?
Please repeat everything you just said, witness A.
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. I was saying that the judge does mention that there are circumstantial exceptional circumstances that will now qualify the applicant to be released on bail, but he didn't mention them to the court for all parties to hear what they are.
But is it not so? Let us look, witness A. Let me just count the lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think around line 15, the indented paragraph starting, I think. Do you see that?
Can you see the screen, witness A?
I do see the screen.
So there the judge says, I think the applicant has succeeded in demonstrating that factors listed in section 64A to E of the Criminal Procedure Act are not present, combined with the fact that he would suffer substantial prejudice should he be incarcerated pending his trial. In my view, there are exceptional circumstances viewed in conjunction with his personal profile on the basis of which the court should find that the applicant should be released on bail pending his trial in order to avoid excessive prejudice to the applicant. Am I mistaken if I say in context, this is a conclusion based on what the judge has said before?
I think if I understand this, as I will also like to declare to the commission that I'm not a legal expert, but when I'm reading that, layman as I am, the judge is making a ruling there. He doesn't expressly tell the court to say the applicant has exhibited these exceptional circumstances and here they are. But he just says he did exhibit them, but what are they? To this day, I do not know what they are or what they were at that time.
Thank you, Chair. Witness A, you then were dealing with at page 36 of your statement, paragraph 110, you had read into the record about the reference to Home Affairs not being competent. Do you recall that? At 110?
I do recall that, Chase.
What is the point that you had
110
wanted?
years.
What is the point that you had wanted to make?
I wanted to make a point that at that time I understood this to say the applicant is not going to be able to do, is not going to be able to have or to make means of having a false passport again on his own, unless if Mr. Mashile was telling the court that he does not trust the competency of other institutions of state, like in this instance, the Department of Home Affairs. And then I understood that to be something that I really could not understand properly, to say, as much as we understand Home Affairs, and maybe like trust and believe in them, but we're sitting with a person who has done this before, and then when he did that, Home Affairs was already there, and it was trusted that it is. Why would it be, in a sense of Mr. Mashile to say, I don't trust that department? I'm thinking maybe it will collude with the applicant to do this. I think that was a misdirection, or it was, the judge was misdirected there. We were dealing with the capabilities of the applicant, not other institutions. And then he had exhibited before that he can't do that. He had done it, and the proof is before the court that here is a person who goes around crossing boundaries of countries, using false documents and using false identities, even though these departments were there, and then they were said to be competent as we believe they are.
Thank you, Witness A. Commissioner Baloy, do you want us to go to that reference in the... Okay.
I think for completeness, we should.
It's at page, starts on page 329 of the bail bundle.
Yes, Commissioners.
Do you have it?
Yes, I'm on page 29.
329.
329.
329 of the bail bundle.
Yes.
Where the court says, you can start from Mr. Mashile next to line 10.
Yes. Mr. Mashile then said, no, my lord, but it is information that was at the disposal of the investigating team, and which information they took serious and acted upon. Furthermore, your lordship, on this aspect of the flight risk, my colleagues emphasizes that the applicant played open cards by making his passport available. Yes, we do agree that is the position, but this aspect, your lordship, must also be taken in conjunction with the past conduct.
Continue.
Then the court went on and said, of about 20 years ago, how much weight should I put to that? He had a false passport. He used a false name in the UK. How much weight should I put to that? Then Mr. Mashile says, your lordship, that is being confirmed by yourself. To say you are giving it to the court, yourself, your lordship. Then the court says, yes, it is not an issue. That is why I'm asking how much weight should I put to that? Then Mr. Mashile says, my submission, your lordship, is that it is weighty enough to say this appellant is a kind of a person who is able and can be able to have and obtain false documents and use alias names, travel out of the country without detection, and therefore the lapse of time plus minus 20 years, Your Lordship, in our submission does not play any role. What matters is the conduct, the character, what he has done in the past. He is capable. Then the court said, yes.
Continue.
Then Mr. Mashila went on and said, yes. So on the affidavit that he had lost contact with those people, I will submit that does not avail him in this regard. In other words, he knows how to go about because then the court says he cannot do it alone. So are you saying that our Department of Home Affairs is not competent enough because he cannot do it alone? Then Mr. Marshall responds and say, indeed so, Your Lordship. Your Lordship, he cannot do that alone. But the fact of the matter is that it is possible and it was possible and he did it. Then the court says, and it happened. That is the question. Then Mr. Mashile says, he says, and it happened. Then the court said, yes. And your submission, then Mr. Mashile, how sure are we that it cannot happen? Mostly especially now that he is facing some very serious charges which by their very nature, Your Lordship, in our event of conviction, carries the sentences of a very long term of imprisonment. Now that in itself, the situation or the position that he finds himself in this present moment might not have been a situation where he found himself in between when he last used the false passport and the alias link, and when he was arrested. In our submission, Your Lordship, the situation now changes, and my intrigue is to go back to his past conduct because of the factors that I have raised, the serious nature of the offense, the possible sentence in the event of conviction that can make it a petition for him.
An
An
appetite.
appetite for him. My apology for that mispronunciation.
Thank you, Witness A. Then if we go back to your statement at page 36, at paragraph 111, can you read that?
Yes, I'm at page 36 of my statement, paragraph 111. The judge also pointed out that Mulifes disclosed his past conduct and previous conviction. Mr. Mashile told the judge that this was only after the state had already disclosed it, and only then did Mulife disclose. The judge did not seem to appreciate the significance of this. The judge referred Mr. Mashile to a statement by Mulife's legal representative when the legal representative stated that Mulife had disclosed the previous convictions to him during consultation. In other words, Mulife had voluntarily disclosed the information which, in contrary to what actually happened.
Okay, thank you, Witness A. If you then can go to the transcript, page 331, you should still be on that page. And just the line where you see court after line 10, after the number 10.
Yes, then the court said that he did disclose his past conduct. You know, there should be a distinction in instances where a person does not disclose previous convictions and it is not disclosed by the state. But in this, do you agree that the applicant did disclose his previous convictions? Then Mr. Mashila says, yes, Your Lordship, ultimately he did disclose his previous conviction, although if one follows the record, it was only after. Fortunately for him, for the defense, they the benefit of seeing the affidavits of the investigating officer that will be now the witness B, even before. And there was, if you look at the record, there was a lot of postponement for the bail application, even to an extent that a legal practitioner had to depose to an affidavit, but the fact of the matter is that ultimately he did. And then the court, what is the legal practitioner saying in this affidavit about this aspect? He says that the applicant did disclose this to him as they were busy preparing, because I think in my memory, if my memory serves me well, another practitioner was instructed in the matter, but it is clear from that affidavit that he says that he did disclose this aspect. And Mr. Mashile goes on and says, yes, Your Lordship, emphasis, Your Lordship, is not placed on the fact that the accused or the applicant is a dishonored person. There is no submission in that regard, because ultimately that was, I am trying to answer the issue of the disclosure of the previous conviction. Then the court, so you submit that he is not a dishonored person. Is that your submission? Then Mr. Mashile said, look, Your Lordship, it will be difficult to make my submission in that regard. And then the court, what is your submission in this regard? Then Mr. Mashile says, does this relate only to the previous convictions or to the whole case as is against him? Then the court, on the previous convictions. Then Mr. Mashile says, on the previous convictions, Your Lordship, because we actually do not know what happened.
Thank
Then
you.
the court says, okay, continue with your submissions.
Thank you, Witness A.
And then, thank you, Commissioners.
Witness A, may I just ask this? At page 331, where you started reading, I think just 3 lines, where it says Mashile at about line 15. Remember, you have that number 10 and then you have court. You started reading from there, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then after that court, there is Mr. Mashile. And he says, yes, Your Lordship, ultimately he did disclose his previous conviction, although if one follows the record, it was only after. Fortunately for him, for the defense, they had the benefits of seeing the affidavits of the investigating officer even before. What is it that you are seeking to communicate with this? I don't understand the significance when I read the record, the transcript, the significance of that statement where Mr. Mashile says they had the benefit of seeing the affidavits of the investigating officer even before. Why is that significant? Yes?
I thinking, sorry, Commissioner.
Yes, no, you may go ahead.
Thank you. I think he was trying to convey to the court and painting the picture as how the situation played itself out in Mr. Molife's bail in Vereeniging. He was just telling the court that should the legal team of Mr. Molife not been able to see the affidavit by the IO beforehand, they were not going to be able to make the submission to the court in as far as disclosing that he had disclosed to the previous legal representative. And then maybe I also need to assist the commission that what happened at Vereeniging was that before the court could sit, the two parties will exchange the affidavits. The defense will give the affidavit to the state, and the state will do the same. And then the affidavit had a tendency of going through the affidavit, and then before the court would sit, then they would say, no, we're not going on with the bail application today. There's issues that we need to consult our client on and sort out. That is when now they saw that actually the state was aware of the travel document and the previous convictions. Now they wanted to work the plan to say, how do we now cover this? Because in their initial bail statement to the court, there was no mentioning of the previous convictions because they thought we were not going to be able to find them until they saw it in our bail application. Now they said, hey, we are sitting with a problem. How do we devise the mechanism to say, we know about this, we did disclose to the previous legal defender, and then we thought he would have told the court, but he did not. Then can we please just disclose it and maybe tell the court that actually it is not the fault of the applicant, but it is the fault of the previous legal defender that didn't bring it to the attention of the court at that particular time. So that was just playing with the mercy of the court, if I may use that term.
Thank you, Witness A.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Witness A, if we can go back to your statement, then we're now on page 37 at paragraph 112.
Yes, Commissioners, I'm on 112 paragraph, page 37, paragraph 112.
Yes. Can you read that into the record?
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. It reads as follows. Mr. Mashila again stated that even if the magistrate disregarded himself in some respect, he did not do so insofar as he found that Molefe did not show that exceptional circumstances existed.
Thank you, Witness A. Can you then go to the transcript bundle, page 336?
Yes, Commissioners, I am bail bundles, page 336.
And then you see where it says line 10, Mr. Mashile.
I do see that.
Then it says court. Read the second, Mr. Mashile.
Oh, yes. Then Mr. Mashila will address the court and say, but what I am saying is that they may find, if this court were to find that on two, for an example, on two aspects, the magistrate was unjustified in making certain conclusions. Part of our submissions, Your Lordship, does not necessarily mean that the magistrate was wrong in the final conclusion that the appellant failed to discharge his honors of proving exceptional circumstances, which in the interest of justice requires his release. Our submissions, especially Your Lordship, when one takes into account the aspect that related to him being a flight risk, which in our submission that is the most without putting the other factors. Your Lordship, in a
hierarchical.
A
hierarchical, you can continue.
Oh, yes, a manner. But at the end of the day, one plays an important role in considering whether to grant bail or not. The court has to consider and look as to whether, looking at the facts, is the accused or the appellant or the applicant for bail is granted bail will be able to attend court until the finalization of his trial. And in this regard, the magistrate, in his judgment, found that that was not the case. And in our submissions, the magistrate could not or cannot be faulted in that respect. In the main, Your Lordship, we submit that despite the misgivings that the court might have insofar as certain conclusions that the magistrate might have come to without being supported by the evidence before him, the ultimate decision that he was not convinced that the appellant proved or discharged his honors of proving exceptional circumstances cannot in the circumstances be faulted, Your Lordship. That is our submission, unless the court would like to hear me on any other aspect. That will be our submission.
Thank you, Witness A. And then if we can go back to your statement at page 37, paragraph 113, if you can read that paragraph.
Page 37, paragraph 113 goes as thus. The exchange that stands out the most for me at the hearing was when the judge raised the issue of Tau's being granted bail. As previously stated, Tau was granted bail on medical grounds because he alleged that he was diabetic. His diabetic condition had deteriorated while in custody. The judge asked Mr. Mashile, what is it about Molefe that he should not be entitled to bail if Tau, who was arrested immediately after the crime was committed, was granted bail? Mr. Mashile correctly said that he did not deal with that bail application, and the judge continued that the only reason Tau is back in custody is because he breached the bail conditions.
Can you read 114 as well?
114 says the judge did not ask what exceptional circumstances were taken into account in Tau's bail application, which to me would have been the most important aspect of this exchange.
Now, if
After
we,
Molefe's
Witness A, if we can then go to the transcript, and you were still on page 337, and you see line 20.
That's correct.
Just above it, you see court, if you can read from there.
Then it is court now saying, I want to hear you on accused one.
Can I just
You
ask you
agree
who is
that-
accused one?
Accused one will then be Michael Puleta, who is accused number one.
Okay, continue.
On Farenethen case.
You can
Can I
continue.
continue,
Yes.
Commissioner? Yes. Then the court is saying, do you agree that he was granted bail in this matter? Then Mr. Mashile says yes. The fact and the information that I have brought to you, Your Lordship, is that yes, indeed, he was granted bail. And then the court says, and was he also arrested soon after the deceased was killed? And then Mr. Mashile says, the very same day, Your Lordship, to be honest with the court, within a few hours. And then the court says, I thought that you were always honest with me. And then Mr. Mashile addresses the court and says, I have always, as officers of the court, within hours, within a few hours, the matter occurred around 7 o'clock in the morning in Farenethen. The court then says, arrested on the same day, granted bail. Now, what is it with the applicant who should not be entitled to bail if accused one who was arrested immediately thereafter was granted bail? Then Mashile addresses the court by saying, Your Lordship, the disclaimer here is that I did not deal with the bail application for accused. Then the court says, it is a fact that he was granted bail. Then Mr. Mashile says, yes. Then the court says, he is inside because he breached the conditions of bail. That is now a question. Then Mr. Mashile says, yes, he breached the conditions of bail, and then he was cancelled and he was placed in custody. But our submission is in this, insofar as the appellant before this court, Your Lordship, is that there is a likelihood that if he is granted bail, given his past conduct, given the seriousness of the offense, given the possible sentences that he faces, that he will not stand his trial. And that is why the submission that the magistrate cannot be faltered in our submission in that regard.
Thank you, Witness A. Witness A, can we then go back to your statement? Page 37.
Yes,
And,
Commissioners.
We are looking at 115. If you can read 115 and 16 into the record.
The 116 will say, I am not a legal trained person, but
Sorry,
I have
Witness
been
A.
pressed.
I asked from 115, 115 and 116. Thank you.
My apology, Commissioners. 115 paragraph reads as follows. After Mulife's counsel made reply submissions, the judge took an adjournment of approximately 1 hour or slightly longer and returned with his judgment. The transcript of the judgment is also contained in the exhibit bundle. And then 116 will read as follows. I am not a legal trained person, but I have been present at countless bail applications, and I know that for Schedule 6 offenses, the accused must show exceptional circumstances. During delivery of this judgment, the judge kept mentioning the phrase exceptional circumstances, but not once did he mention what those exceptional circumstances are. Yet the appeal was upheld and Mulife was released on bail. The judge findings that exceptional circumstances existed had far-reaching consequences, which I deal with briefly later. I still do not know what exceptional circumstances the judge found existed that justified Mulife's release. And then paragraph 17 will read as follows. In settling the bail conditions, the judge imposed conditions that Mulife should be in the province of Gauteng and can only leave Gauteng after informing the investigating officer, which in this case will be witness B, in writing where he will be going, and the investigating officer should not object to him leaving Gauteng unless there is a valid reason. And then witness B will elaborate on this condition because based on the condition, Mr. Mulife's attorney requested Mulife's passport from witness B. That is now after he has been released. The attorney indicated that there was no express order from the judge that witness B could keep Mulife's passport. The judge also...
May I? Perhaps for completeness, now that you are discussing the order or the conditions, if you would, Ms. Sikasngbe, have the witness look at the transcript, witness A, at page 343, and then starting at line 5. And if you go if you go one page back, 342, at the bottom, you will see it says Mr. Mashile, and then it continues to the next page. Ms. Sikasngbe, perhaps you want to direct the witness to line 5 for the record?
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Witness A, did you hear what the Commissioner said? Are you at the bundle? It's on the screen as well.
I'm on the bundle at 343, Commissioners.
Yes, line 5. That
It
is
will be line 5 of 343.
Yes, and that's a continuation of what Mr. Mashile starts in the previous page, 342. And from line 5, it is the conditions that he is asking the court to impose. Would you read that into the record?
Yes, it goes like this. With regard to the conditions, the suggestion is as follows. For the appellant to remain at home while at the residence where he is currently staying or where he was arrested, and not to leave the province of Gauteng without informing the investigating officer, reporting to the nearest police station, and I am informed in this regard to the Sentin police station 3 times a week, Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. And the normal bail conditions, not to communicate or contact any of the witnesses contained in the witness list of the indictment which they already have.
Yes, thank you.
Then the court.
No, thank you, Witness A.
Thank you, Commissioners.
And then if you can go to page 118 page 38, paragraph 118 of your statement.
Yes, Commissioners. I'm on page 38, paragraph 118, where it reads, the judge also signed an order that had an obvious typo. This order is also in the bail exhibit bundle. In paragraph 2.3 of the order, the judge ordered that Mulife should interfere or communicate with the state witnesses. After the prosecutor complained about this, it was later rectified to reflect what the judge had said in his judgment. The amended order is also contained in the bail exhibit bundle, where the bail condition in paragraph 2.3 was rectified.
Okay, thank you, Witness A. If we can just deal with those documents. The bail appeal judgment is CJC 4.6. It appears at page 354 to 365. And to place on record what the judges, in his judgment, what the order had said, Witness A, if I could ask you to read on page 364. Just let me know when you're there. Yes, line 20.
Okay. Ms. Siegels, perhaps you should just read the whole order for completeness. It starts at line 12.
Okay, you can read the whole order. Witness A, we can't hear you.
Now start.
Witness A, we can't hear you. Just bear with us. Witness A, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, Commissioners.
Okay. Continue. So you will read page 364 from line 12. That starts with based.
364.
Yes. You see line 10 and then it's got, so just read 2 lines down. If you look at the screen, it's highlighted on the screen for you.
Yes, I'm just trying to locate the page. 364. I'm seeing 36. I'm on 364. I'm on the page.
Yes.
Yes, and then
Line 12, so 10 and then just count 2. That starts with based.
yes, I'm on that, Commissioner.
Can you
Sorry
read
for the
that?
delay.
It's fine.
Yes, it says, based on that, I make the following order. The learned magistrate ordered to dismiss the applicant's application for bail is set aside and is substituted with the order set out hereunder. And then 2, the applicant, Mr. Katiso Mulife, is granted bail in the amount of 100,000 with the following conditions. Then condition 1, he should report at the nearest police station twice per week on Monday and Thursday, and Thursday. 2, he should be in the province of Gauteng and can only leave Gauteng province after informing the investigating officer in writing where he would be going to. The investigating officer should not object to him leaving the province of Gauteng unless there is a valid reason for her to object. The applicant should not interfere or communicate with the state witnesses mentioned in the indictment. The applicant should attend court as ordered at his last appearance and on the dates that the trial would be postponed to. Should the applicant fail to comply with any of the conditions above, a warrant for his arrest may be issued and his bail may be withdrawn by competent court.
Thank you, Witness A. And then if we can deal with a typo in the initial bail appeal order, that is CJC 4.7. It appears at 366 to 369.
Yes, on that one, Commissioners, should I read the whole document?
Yes. No, just read the paragraph that deals with 2.3. If you can read 2.3 into the record.
Yes, 2.3 says the applicant should interfere or communicate with the state witnesses mentioned in the indictment.
That is the typo that you were referring to in your statement.
Yes, that is the typo that I was referring to in my statement.
But the judgment by the judge on the day said should not interfere, correct?
That is correct. That is correct, Commissioners.
And as you say, it was then corrected. If we go to CJC...
Just before you go there, I think to be fair, Witness A, there was a draft order that appears to have been prepared by counsel for the appellant, and it's on page 368. So it looks like the error arose because in that draft order, paragraph 2.3 on page 369 says the applicant should interfere or communicate with the witnesses. And that's the draft order that was made, an order of court.
Do you see that, Witness A?
On page 369, if I heard the Commissioner correctly.
Yes.
Yes.
So the error
then-
appears in 2.3 on page 369.
Yes, I do see it where it says the applicant should interfere or communicate with the state witnesses mentioned in the indictment. Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. And then if we can go to the amended bail appeal order, which is CJC 4.8, which is at page 370 of the bail exhibit.
Yes, I'm on page 370, Commissioners.
And then if you could just read 2.3.
Then 2.3 reads as follows. The applicant should not interfere or communicate with the state witnesses mentioned in the indictment.
Thank you.
Thank
Now,
you, Commissioners.
thank you, Witness A. Witness A, you testified earlier about the, in paragraph 116 of your statement about the fact that the far-reaching consequences of the judge having found that exceptional circumstances existed in this bail appeal. Can you elaborate on what you're referring to? If you go to page 38 of your statement, and it's at paragraph 119 when you deal with the second arrest, Molefe's second arrest, bail application and appeal.
Yes. So does it mean that I go and read the 119 into the record?
You can if you want to, or you can address us, but whichever you prefer.
Oh, yes. Now it says on paragraph 119 on page 38, on the 21st of July, Molefe was arrested for the November 22 murder of DJ Opa John Sefuka, known as DJ Somebody, with Sandy Lemiers and Walter Mukwena. On the 6th of August 2025, Molefe applied for bail, and the application was heard before Magistrate Boshoff at the Alexandra Regional Court. The proceedings were televised. The transcript of the bail proceedings is contained in a bail exhibit bundle. During the argument, Molefe's counsel made the argument that on the 27th of June 2025, the acting judge president of the Gauteng High Court granted Molefe bail, and in so doing found that exceptional circumstances existed that justified his release in the interest of justice. Molefe's counsel argued that it had only been 3 weeks between Molefe's release on bail and his rearrest, and since there were no changes in circumstances during that period, the same exceptional circumstances that acting judge president in the bail appeal found existed then still exist when Molefe was arrested on the 21st of July 2025. On that basis, he submitted that Molefe had met the requirement of exceptional circumstances. This argument was relied on by Molefe's counsel repeatedly throughout. However, Magistrate Boshoff was not convinced, and he refused Molefe's bail application. However, on the 10th of October 2025, Molefe was successful in yet another bail appeal in the High Court, and he is current out on bail as we are speaking today.
Thank you, Witness A. Commissioners, that transcript of the bail proceedings appears at CJC 4.9 at page 372 to 455. Th- 372 to 455. Thank you. Commissioners, I realize that it's 4 o'clock, but there's just the conclusion for the witness to deal with, and I'm not sure if we...
Let's finish the witness, please.
I'm indebted to you, Commissioners. Witness A, can we then go to page 40 of your statement? Are you there?
I am the Commissioners.
Now, this deals with the media briefing of the 6th of July, 2025 by General Mkwanazi. You express your personal views of how that media briefing has impacted your life as a police officer. If you could just tell us more about that. If you prefer to read, you may do so. If not, you can express yourself as well.
Yes, Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity once again. This will be now page 40 and paragraph 124, and then it will deal with the what occurred or what happened on the 6th of July 2025. And then this is where General Mkwanazi made a brief or a public announcement about the issues that the police or the state was facing. And then maybe I can just read it into the record. Paragraph 124 says, I have been asked more times than I care to remember how I feel about General Mkwanazi's media briefing of the 6th of July 2025. In my opinion, the media briefing was the best thing that could have happened to SABC because it unrooted a lot of things that were not spoken about and brought out things that were hidden. The public has made aware of the challenges that we as investigators, ordinary, honest officers face when all that we are trying to do is our job. As an ordinary policeman, not a general or a commander, you feel that you do not have the authority or capacity or courage to speak out against these things for fear of retaliation. It has also made our families to appreciate what our jobs entail and the challenges that we face. I am grateful to General Mkwanazi for that media briefing because I have no doubt that had it not been for that briefing, the internal pressure of witness B and me to compromise the investigation would have gotten worse, and the investigation progressed and the trial date got closer.
Thank you.
And the conclusion
Go ahead, witness A.
of the
Sorry, witness A, we're losing you again. Witness A, can you try again?
continue with this investigation.
Witness A,
Yes, commissioners,
okay, can you hear us now?
I can hear you now.
We lost you after you said conclusion.
Yes, saying in conclusion, I am here today with my life change in ways that I could never have predicted simply for doing my job, a job that I had been wanted to leave more than once, multiple times in fact. I was wanted not to continue with it, and I am sure if I had gone to my commander and said, the stakes are high, I would have been released from the investigation. But what do we say to the families who have lost their loved ones? And
Witness
then
A,
who dependent to the police like myself to get to the closure? Because it will then mean that they will have no one to turn to if it is us that are running away from the pressure that we are facing.
witness A,
Yes, commissioners.
can you hear us?
I can hear you, commissioners.
Okay, can you just continue from, I was warned not to continue on 127?
I was saying, yes, I was saying I was warned not to continue with this investigation, and I am sure if I had gone to my commander and said that the stakes are too high, I would have been released from this investigation. But what do we say to the families who have lost their loved ones and depended on us to bring the murderers to book? Who will investigate these matters if we all choose to leave when the stakes got too high? I have been told that this investigation is dangerous and I am going to die. This is true. But if I had to do it all over again, I would. If I had received that call on the 17th April 2024, telling me to go to an active crime scene in Bramley, but if I do my life, but if I do my life
Witness
at
A,
risk, I will be in a safe house. I will do it again if I knew that it would make a difference in other people's lives. Even if the safe house options was not in place, I would still do it all over again. I have met the families of the victims, and and when I speak to them, they are grateful for the work that we are doing as a team, even those families where arrests have not yet been made. They appreciate that someone is working on the case to bring justice for their loved ones. The satisfaction of knowing that I am working, I am making a difference.
witness A, are you okay? The witness is asking for a minute, Chair.
Let's adjourn. You'll let us know.
My apologies, Commissioners. Witness A, are you there? Witness A, you're muted if you're there.
Yes, Commissioners, I am here. And sorry for disturbance in that part.
No need to apologize, Witness A.
Do you want
Yes,
to
I was.
proceed?
Yes, Commissioners, I was at the part of saying what the address by General Nkwanazi meant to me. And then I was saying it meant a lot because it was putting the problems that we are facing as a country or as the police in particular in a public domain. But more so, I think it meant a lot to the people and the communities and then the families of the people that have passed on in the hands of the criminals, killed by means of guns or violence that we are seeing in the country. I have met, I'm saying this, me and the team, countless of people who say, who tell us how grateful they are about the work that the police is doing. Not only this team, there is countless of other police members that are actually doing great job outside there, but they are not seen because they are not fortunate to be like us today, to be in the media, to have their cases spoken about in the media. But we know because we meet with them, we see with them at courts, we know what they are doing. They're doing far greater than we are doing. And then they also are members that always give us encouraging words to say, colleagues, we see what you're doing. You are giving us courage to put more efforts to what we are saying. What actually made me to be a little emotional was that there was a case that I didn't really talk about because I don't really want to touch on it much. There is a member of ours that we worked very closely with when I joined organized crime Gauteng, that was brutally killed for doing his job. And then I think, even though I didn't communicate with his family, I will just have to mention his name. His name was Sergeant Ndlovu, and then he was killed for investigating one of the cases that were referred to be of serious nature in Soweto. And then he was gunned down for doing that investigation, and then we hoped maybe that we will see the people that killed him being brought to book, but to this day, we haven't heard anything about that case. And then when this thing happened to us last year, I was thinking about the situation that happened to him to say, we are going to be in the situation that he found himself in. So that's all that I really wanted to say in my conclusion, Commissioners.
Thank you, Witness A. And then if you could just for the record read 129 and 130.
129 is saying that I will do this again even in the next life. That is now means if I'm giving the situation like this, but knowing that it will make change or it will bring answers to the families of the lost people, I will do it again. And then finally, paragraph 130 says, may I say in conclusion that if change does not happen, and if it doesn't happen soon, we are doomed as a nation. I hope that my evidence before this commission, in the face of real and present danger to my life, will contribute to a change police service, or at the very least, the beginning of a positive change to the police service and the country as a whole. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Witness A.
Before you do. In Witness A, in that paragraph 128, you have a last sentence that I think you should read into the record to the public.
The last sentence read as thus: the satisfaction of knowing that I'm. Oh, yes, Commissioners.
Yes, I was saying that last sentence in your paragraph 128, perhaps you should read it for the public to finally hear your position on your work.
That will be the last sentence. It says the satisfaction of knowing that I am making a difference, no matter how small it is unexplainable.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Witness A.
Witness A, in paragraph 108 of your statement at page 34, do you want to please go there?
Yes, Commissioners.
Are you there?
Paragraph 108.
108, yes. Page 34 of your statement.
I am there, Commissioners.
Yes, the very first sentence. I'm going to say what I'm going to say in relation to the bail appeal, Mr. Molefe's bail appeal, the first bail appeal. You mentioned the name of the judge there in the very first sentence of paragraph 108. But what I also want to add is that the name of the judge is a matter of public record. It appears at the very first page of the judgment, and it also appears on the cover page of the appeal proceedings before the judge. Is there a reason perhaps why you have not mentioned the name of the judge? I'm asking because we, and I in particular, have asked you, where you talk about a person or someone and you do not mention the name, we have asked you, or as I say, I in particular, have asked you, who is the person? Or are you willing to tell us who the person is, maybe paraphrasing, of course, and then you would either give us the name of the person or say that you are not willing to give us the name of the person for reasons that you would then give. So in this instance, have you deliberately left out the name of the judge?
Chair, I don't know if I'm following correctly. Will that be on 108?
Yes, in your statement, the name is there, yes. 108, the very first sentence. But in your, yes. In your testimony here today, and I hope I'm not making a mistake, in your testimony here today, you did not mention the name. So it's in that context that I'm asking the question that I've just asked.
Oh, now I understand. I understand the chair. I think it was not a conscious decision that I took that I will not mention the name, because the name of the judge is of public knowledge. Maybe I just didn't realize that I'm not mentioning the name. And my apology for that, Chair.
Then for the record, please give us the name.
The name of the judge will be Acting Judge President Lidwaba.
Thank you, Witness A.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Chair.
That's it for this witness.
We'll be ready at 9:30 tomorrow, won't we be?
Yes, Chair, we will be.
Let's adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow.